Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Hope you guys had a fantastic evening and a fantastic night's rest. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I've been looking forward to this Fat Electrician video for a long time. I wanted to give it some time. Yeah. Again, it seems stupid, right? Like, who's going to come watch it here for the first time ever and then not watch Fat Electrician's video? But even so, it just feels better to give it time for a video to sit and let Fat Electrician get everything, like him being the only source of it, than going in, right? Yeah. I've been looking for this one for a long time. Yeah, good morning, Abysmal. Good morning, Jojo. Good morning, Exhumed. Good morning, Dimitri. Alright, we're going to give it a little bit of time to let people kind of gather up and join in if they so wish. And then we'll go into it. In the meantime, how about a little bit of a preview? And a little bit of a preview. See, what part should I preview? Morning, Benny. Alright, Benny's being weird again. Somebody get the spray bottle. Alright, so another little bit of a preview. Let's do it. William paced along the loading dock as one by one the bodies were carefully reassembled as best they could to try and find the death toll properly. Yet too many of the pieces were just unknowable. In the meantime, they had gathered a roster of staff working the site. 2 were accounted for, as they were the exterior team, charged with gathering a food shipment and delivering it by utility truck that eve. The small size of each black site was to its advantage. You didn't need massive deliveries of supplies, and thus to explain why a semi, or worse, a military truck, would be traveling down some backwoods road to nowhere. A single pallet of food, broken down and placed into a random utility truck, would easily be mundane enough for people not to care. Those 2 were also being detained, as standard NDA procedure, to ensure they had absolutely nothing to do with the attack. Though William was certain they would be back at their duties quickly given the mounting evidence. Such as the bodies that had clear bite marks taken out of them. Clear bite marks? Whoops, bites taken out of them. Whatever the truth of what happened here, it was clear something big, mean, and probably wolf-like came to collect its pound of flesh. While they couldn't know for certain, it appeared the thing was here to rescue someone. The man in cell 230, noted as being curse-afflicted and with the designation for wolf. It felt odd to think that even given his constant dreams, he always did his best to avoid anything directly associated with wolves. They were his comfort, the thing that eased his nights and sleep, and so to think about anything associated with them for work felt like trying to poison himself against them. Even so, if there were a threat to the Republic, the one he fought so hard to defend during the war, then that need outweighed the desires. Oh no. Isabel. No. Duncan. Hold. Though. Now I'm interested. Shit. Alright. He dropped some Matilda art. Oh, good. Oh no. Hey, Grinus. Jeremy came out and joined him, settling in beside and offering a cup of coffee over to his friend. Will gave a smirk and then slowly took up the cup and let the rush of caffeine hit his system. Or he would, if that sneaky son of a bitch hadn't given him the wrong type of coffee. Oh, gods! What is this piss, Jeremy? The agent smiled at him and gave him a slap on the back. Ah, it's better for you. All the terrible taste with none of the horsepower. It's all this outpost has left, apparently. Shit, I want to revise my speculation. Clearly this was a group suicide pact. One of the other cleanup crew overheard and stifled a chuckle, but couldn't wipe the grin from his face. In the meantime, Williams set the horrific abomination of bean water and tears aside. Well, I got good news for you, Will. Samantha is heading out this way with her team to help piece this all together. William couldn't help but perk up at that, which Jeremy clearly noticed based on the grin carving itself over his face. He had long tried to deny such, but it was clear to everyone, including himself, that he genuinely cared for Samantha. Oh, well, that's... When are you going to ask her? I mean, we are colleagues, going on dates with our sketch... Not that. When are you going to ask her to marry you? By the gods, Jeremy, we haven't even dated yet. There are monks less chastened than you. Everyone knows you only have eyes for her, and she seems to be the exact same way. The scuttlebutt is that she only talks about you or shows interest when you're brought up at the water cooler kerfuffles. The freaky oddness is strong today. Oh, yeah. We're going to be looking at the Matilda art, that's for sure. Duncan has piqued my interest immediately. William was about to speak up again, but Jeremy just leaned his head forward and opened his eyes wider. This got him to immediately cease such a prospect and instead sigh. It had been true that Samantha was one of the few people he never felt any such apprehensions about. She always seemed to respect and care for everything she had been given. Sure, she cracked jokes, as did everyone, but there was never a sense that she was ungrateful or being stuck up. It's poor timing, but I'll ask her when she gets here. Well, glad to hear you say that, cuz. Jeremy slowly stood up and then leaned over to whisper softly, She just walked in. There you go. There's that bit of a preview for you guys. Hey, Threadnut. Alright, now... Alpha, Busa... Matilda. Where did you find this at, Duncan? Breva just dropped some Matilda art. Where is this art you speak of? Their community posts. How do I get to the community? I never do community posts ever. So let's figure that out now. How in the fuck do we get to community posts? I mean, I'm on his channel right now. Okay, there is no community at the top. What? More, maybe? No, I can only share the channel or report the user. Posts, okay. Oh. It's Matilda Wild's Glabro form. Holy shit. Okay. For I guess so, just so I'm not teasing everybody. This is this is her Glabro form. Uh-huh. Yeah, I saw. Muscles. I mean, that's all Gauru. When they go through again, remember Glabro is the in between. So you have Hamid, Glabro, Krynos, Hispo, Lupus. And you have Glabro and Hispo are the in between forms. So you have your man, your in between, and then your werewolf. Then you have your in between, and then your wolf. Hey, Setch, thanks to you, I basically made a werewolf lady barbarian for sure. More. More werewolves. Yeah, there's actually a site. Hold on. Not surprisingly, it's unfortunately Reddit, but you know, it is what it is. But there is r/werewolves. And there's some fucking great stuff on here. Thankfully, there's not a lot of like stupid shit, thank God. Exactly. You can find some decent stuff in here. It's just it's Reddit, so ugh, unfortunate. But I was gonna show a couple. I may have some really fucking cool ones. Oh, he's a theurge. Huh. Okay. I was curious what he was. He was a theurge. But the reason I went here is because of this one. Hey, Baron. He's such giving up on pretending to be a dragon, getting a buff werewolf model, and demanding we call him Wolf Daddy. Don't tempt me, Threadnought. Don't tempt me. Hang on. I will switch screens over. Because there's two here. One is an owl rune. And this one's got some art, so here we go. Were dragons exist too, damn you. But there's nothing to do with wolves and were dragons. People forget that were means man. Anyways, like here's one that somebody did of their new character. Though the wolf form's a little goofy. A little goofy, but still, see? Hamid, Glabro, Krynos, Hispo, Lupus. So again, man, the in-between, the full werewolf, the in-between, the wolf. But again, look at the hair. He kept the hair. They kept the hair. I get you're going thematic here, but you don't need, don't keep the thematic hair on the wolf, please. The bowl cut on the on the wolf looks so silly. But again, yeah. So he was a Hamid-born, and that's what the breed is. Hamid-born theurge of the Glasswalkers. Wait a minute, no, you say Philodox here. Wait a minute. Did they change with the Philodox one? Oh, hold on. That might be an actual Gauru rune. I might have fucked up and that's a Gauru rune and not the crescent. Hold up. Rune. Or glyph. It'd be glyph, sorry. It is! Ah! Oh, that's confusing. Fuck. But did you see what the 5th edition version is? The 5th edition version? What the fuck is this overdesigned shit? Oh my god. No, yeah, no, that's Philodox. Weird. My mind immediately jumps to Crescent. To be fair, here's the Galliard one. The 5th edition one is so derpy, and then here's the original. So, you know, I can understand why they redesigned some of these, because this is it's just thicker, right? Duncan, calm down. I'm gonna have to spray you with a water bottle. You're suspended for a while. Huh. I don't know why. Yeah, and then you have that one, and then this one's an Alrune. It looks like of the red talons. At least that's what the original symbol would be, so. Let's, that's what the Theurge symbol was? Oh, it was much thinner. Ugh. Yeah, no, ugh, no. Ugh. Yeah, so here's Alrune, the new symbol for it. This is the old symbol. So, fair enough that you had to redesign some of them. But some of these are just goofy. What a Wolver is? If you're curious, there's a 3-minute video called The Wolver Stain from a YouTube channel called Ethan Bork. I do not know what that is. I should be able to do just red talons, right? Because it looks like that's what their icon is. Yeah. Wild you would dare to have a red talon that has a Hamid with clothes or anything on. Because they very much despise anything to do with humanity. Anything to do. Then meanwhile, there's this. This guy just does some artwork. And look at this artwork. You can tell this is some of his older stuff back here. So it's a bit rough and crusty. There's a little charm to it. It looks like something you would see in, like, some old pen and paper books and things. And then these first two, like this one's really fucking good. And then that one's the fucking best by far. There's a reason he led with this one. This one's by far the best. Alright. Meanwhile, we've delayed enough. Have we delayed enough? So for the delay, Matilda and Glabro. I guess we can might as well just go pew, 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 jump. All right.
Ah, yes, the only
Okay, so I've talked about this on the channel a lot, like a lot. So I was looking forward to the day whenever Fat Electrician would do the video about the Battle of Tennessee, the Battle of Athens, Tennessee, excuse me. It is one of the events that I think should be remembered in history for all time because, as I put it, it's when the Democrats took the mask off, the Republicans were useless, and the Second Amendment is what saved the Republic again. That's his joke. That's his joke for as fancy as Fat Electrician says, this is as fancy as he gets. It's a tuxedo on a wife beater. Sorry, I have my salt drink. Yeah, I don't know if he'll mention some oddities here. If he pulls out the tinfoil hat, that'd be fucking hilarious. Because I have a tinfoil hat thing for this entire thing. It just makes way too much sense, right? It just makes way too much sense. We will talk about it a bit. I guess I can bring it up now as a thing. If you notice in history with the Democrat Party, They didn't say shit about gun control or give two shits about fucking this nonsense of like, guns are dangerous, guns are scary, until after the Battle of Athens, Tennessee. And then all of a sudden, the party that got successfully ousted from its corrupt power play to set up a dictatorship by the Second Amendment suddenly is really anti-gun. I wonder why. I wonder why the Democrat Party would suddenly become very anti-gun after they were thwarted by the Second Amendment. Makes you think, thunk, don't it? Yeah, exactly. What a coinky dink. Again, I don't know if he'll mention that, but that's something that's like, yeah, very suspicious. And then they also realized after Columbine that they could get a bunch of retards to give up their rights and freedoms just by making people feel sad. Oh no, that is a good difference, Threadnought. I guess that is a good thing to point out. They are not anti-gun, they're anti-legal gun ownership. Because legal gun owners will actually utilize and effectuate the Second Amendment. And that cannot be tolerated. But they're totally fine giving it to Cornroll J-Pop. What's up, dog? He's allowed to have all the illegal guns he wants and kill as many people as he wants, and he gets out of prison for free. Because he's black. Yeah. Anyways, let's get into the video itself proper. And let's pretend for a moment. Well, things are getting better, but let's pretend for a moment we didn't devolve into full-on clown world for a while there.
Ah, yes, the only successful armed rebellion in U.S. history.
Yep.
Today we're talking about the Battle of Athens, aka the Battle of the Ballads.
I wonder why they would call it the Battle of the Ballads, unless he means Battle of the Ballots. Which, you know, again, pronunciation. Hang on, I'm turning it up for you guys a bit more. There we go. Should be a bit louder on your guys' end now.
AKA the War of McMinn County, whatever you want to call it. The fact of the matter is that in 1945 and 1946, hundreds of Americans returned home to McMinn County, Tennessee after winning World War II. Upon their return, they would discover that their local government had been corrupted. They were engaging in rigging elections. The sheriff's department was mercilessly beating innocent civilians and extorting hundreds of thousands of dollars from taxpayers.
One of the worst incidents of this, and this happened after the soldiers came home, by the way. There was a black man who went to go vote, and one of the sheriff deputies told him to go fuck off. You know, his kind's not allowed here. And he's like, I fought for this country. He was a veteran, and he's like, I fought for this country. I'm going to go vote. He walks past the deputy. The deputy draws his gun and shoots him in the back. Just straight up shoots him. Cold-blooded, straight up murder attempt. Thankfully, the guy fucking survived, but holy fucking shit, can you imagine?
And they decided to do something about it. This story has achieved legendary status, with many people hearing and knowing about it in passing, but very few people understand how epic this story actually is. But you're going to learn today, right after a word from our sponsor. This video is brought...
Again, I'm hopeful that he has even more information for him, because he's really good about getting a bunch of information, right? Also, perfect freeze frame on that face. Ah, yes. Ah, so good. Yeah, it's wild, genuinely wild, right? Like, we're talking about they get into a full-on, genuine battle. It's not like just, oh, a couple people shooting guns at each other. No. We're talking like they break out the fucking dynamite. There's an actual siege on a fortified position. The fucking scumbags use the fact that no one will shoot out an ambulance to escape. Oh my good lord. He's just releasing some tension. Speaking of, salt drinks.
Brought to you by Sundays for Dogs. Look, we're not going to overcomplicate this. It's basically fancy dog food that you don't have to keep like in a can, so you don't need a can opener. You don't have to put it inside of your fridge. It's made with real meat and a bunch of other stuff, so it actually kind of looks and smells like beef jerky. And I don't know. The dog eats it and it doesn't make his shit weird. So I don't know what else you want from dog food. I'm gonna be honest. This actually might just be beef jerky. Yeah, it's pretty much beef jerky. It's not bad. Anyways, for legal
Nice. Oh yeah, no. Trust me, I'm aware of Bismarck. A lot of people talking about, but what about FDR? It's like FDR wasn't a good guy. I'm sorry. He was not a good guy. He fucked up a lot of things. Yep. What? I wonder if if we should just get that for the cats. Because I mean, cats are the same thing. So for what a lot of people don't know is that cats, because you get the fucking weirdos that want to take a cat in, right? And then they make the cat sicker because they're like, oh no, my cat's a vegan, my cat's a vegetarian. And it's like, no, they're not. They physically require meat to survive. Their body doesn't produce a specific, I want to say it's an enzyme that they can only find by eating meat, and that is what that's what helps them, their like digestive system and everything. It's what brings I keep wanting to say moisture, but it's the reason why if they don't eat enough meat, they drink a shit ton of water. Because they're just not getting the, not getting anything. I think taurine is right. I think you're right, Exhumed. But yeah. So I wonder if that would be good, because if it's just jerky and meat, one would expect that they'd be able to get the dietary need from it. So I don't know. Actually, wait. I think about the cat that I do have at the moment. I don't think would eat it anyways. Because they're a fucking stinker and only eat pate. They're a fucking stinker for sure. So I just have to get meat smears. I just smear the pate on a plate and sprinkle some kibble on it, and then the cat will eat it. Otherwise, the cat won't touch the kibble or anything like that, and will only like, ugh. You'd have to assume they can digest some plant matter. I mean, dogs eat their own shit after all. Dogs are nasty. But I guess that's what happens when you've had, like, how many hundreds and hundreds of years of forced human adaptation on you. Ugh. The domesticated versus the tamed. God, if you ever want to make yourself sad, look into dog breeding and dog breeds in general. Just ugh. Just ugh.
Reasons I can't recommend that you eat dog food, but it is technically made with human grade ingredients, and if we're being honest, it tastes better than pretty much every vegetarian MRE option I've ever had. So if you want to check it out, I'll have a link in the...
It's not a hard bar. That's not a hard bar to pass. It's really. Remember Count Dankula has a good video on the Battle of Athens too? Yes, he does. He does indeed. We turn these apex predators into fluffy fashion accessories. Mm-hmm. Return to whoop. Return to whoop.
The discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, sit down, shut up. This is complicated, so pay attention. All right, our story begins in 1910 when a man by the name of Edward Crump becomes the mayor of Memphis, Tennessee. Upon becoming mayor, he sets out to build a political machine. The way he does this is he's willing to look the other way for illegal gambling and alcohol operations as long as they're willing to pay a large protection fee to Mayor Crump. He then uses that money to influence other elections, effectively having all the other politicians and judges and elected officials in his back pocket. Anybody that dares to go against him is absolutely crushed. If you're a local businessman and you don't agree with him and you're not willing to play by his rules, guess what? You're going to have no parking signs in front of your entire store. If that's not enough, on one occasion, he actually had the police department stand outside somebody's store and search every customer when they went in and when they left. And if that wasn't enough, he would have city inspectors go in and find out that, oh, your business isn't up to code, we're going to have to shut you down. And more often than not, there was no legal recourse because he owned the judges too. Over the course of decades, this would expand throughout the entire city of Memphis and then the entire Shelby County area, the most populated county in Tennessee, and then it would spread throughout the entire state of Tennessee. By the late 1920s, Crump was literally known as Boss Crump, the King of Memphis.
And that was one of the things he ran on too, was the every man a king fucking strategy. Like he was a scumbag piece of shit, right? Like, oh man.
What, you some type of pimp?
I mean, look at him. He even looks like a 1930s silent movie villain. Anyways, by the 1930s, Crump has essentially the entire state of Tennessee in his back pocket. Absolutely everybody. Politicians, sheriffs, elected officials, judges, all of it. And in 1936, he backs a man by the name of Paul Cantrell to be the sheriff of McMinn County. Now, Paul Cantrell wins by a landslide, A, because he's backed by Crump, but B, he also runs on a really, really good platform that he was going to put an end to fee grabbing. Now, at this point in time, the sheriff's department wasn't paid by taxpayer dollars. They were almost exclusively paid for by the fines that they collected. Now, that's...
Oh, God. Holy shit, I didn't realize that. Dude, that's... Oh my God! You want the easiest and quickest way to rapid fire put up corruption inside your organization? Commission. Don't get paid normally. Get paid on commission. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. People will do anything at that point because they know that, hey, do I want to keep eating this week? Do I want to have a job? All right, well, I need to scam as many suckers as I can, do as much expensive shit as I fucking can. Or, in the case of a public service like this, I'm going to tip as many meters, I'm going to say you're going over the speed limit, I'm going to rig the fucking speed guns, I'm going to do everything I can to try to get as much money so that we can keep having a job. Holy fuck.
Sounds crazy to us today because it is crazy for obvious reasons. You
Yes.
are now putting a financial incentive to law enforcement to arrest and fine as many people as possible, and in a lot of places that's exactly what happened. So Cantrell came along and he was like, I'm going to put an end to that because it's obviously ridiculous, which is a good thing to want to put an end to. He said, you know what, I'm going to take a $5,000 a year annual salary and that's going to be it, and I'm only going to fine and charge people and arrest people when they deserve it, and I'm not going to do it to make more money. That's a great platform and a just cause. So he wins. And then after winning, he decides, I'm not going to do that.
I lied.
So the McMinn
Yep.
County government steps in and is like, no, you ran on that platform. We're going to go ahead and make it a law that you're going to take this $5,000 a year salary, just like you said you would, and that's going to be that. So Cantrell ends up filing a lawsuit suing the county, and he wins because he's backed by Crump. So now he's allowed to keep fee grabbing, and he takes it to an absolute extreme. Anybody that was arrested for anything was charged a minimum of $16, and that was the fee for getting arrested, getting driven to court, being booked, going through the whole process. $6 went to the arresting officer, and the other 10 went into the sheriff's department and the court system. To put it into perspective, $16 at this point in time is about $300 today. And they were arresting anyone for anything they felt like, including drunkenness. They would literally just walk somewhere and be like, hey, you look drunk, you're under arrest. This was the 1930s. There's no breathalyzer, there's no field sobriety test. Literally, the deputy says, I think you're drunk. Guess what? You're fucking drunk. Give me $300. In the first 4 years he was sheriff, Cantrell paid himself $56,000, which is over $1 million in today's money. He also gave himself jobs that didn't exist. He was the superintendent of the county shed, earning him $2,500 a year. There was no county shed for him to be the superintendent of, but guess what? He's collecting the money. And anybody that dared to go against him would get brutally beaten, if not killed, by his deputies, and they never got in trouble because the judges were part of the good old boy system. One of the primary judges involved in this was Judge Sue Hicks. And to be fair...
Holy shit, look at that picture of him, though, too. Is that the only picture you could find of him?
boy system.
Hold
One
on.
of the primary judges involved in this was
Look at that. He looks like a fucking demonic villain, doesn't he? Even the picture is like trying to warn you about this guy. The picture has scars. The picture has seen some shit. This is what we call a black soul right here. There's nothing in there. He looks like the bad guy from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the judge. Oh my god. Dude, imagine if that's what they based him off of. Holy shit. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if that actually happened? Because remember, what a lot of people don't know about Who Framed Roger Rabbit is that Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the movie, has nothing to do with the book. Okay? The book is wild. The book is really fucking dark. The movie is way more lighthearted. And in the book, it was much more like the cartoon characters. They left speech bubbles when they talked and everything. And Roger was actually planned a murder thing like that, and it was all a genie in the end. And Roger was actually dead, and what the detective was actually working with was one of Roger's I forget what they call them, but they're basically clones that all cartoons can make of themselves that function for a set amount of time so they can do tasks for them. And Roger set his clone up to work with the detective to give himself an alibi so he wouldn't be framed, so he wouldn't get fingered for it. And oh my god. Yeah, no, it's fucking really dark. The book is really dark. Now, the writer of the book said he actually prefers the movie more. And, you know, judge with how dark the fucking book gets, maybe he wrote it when he was in a really fucking dark place, because holy shit. Like, it gets wild. It gets fucking wild. Anyways, so, that tangent aside, Who Framed Roger Rabbit would be interesting if the show actually based it off of this guy.
Judge Sue Hicks. And to be fair, Sue Hicks has almost nothing to do with the rest of the story, so why am I bringing him up in the first place? Well, because he's actually the inspiration for the legendary Johnny Cash song, A Boy Named Sue, and I thought that was interesting.
My name is Sue. How do you do? Are you gonna die?
Anyways, moving on. Now, this goes on.
It's a shame he had to make it so quiet. I can only hear bits and pieces of it, so. My name is Sue, huh?
For years, the entire town's mad about it, everybody's pissed off, but there's nothing anybody can do. There's no legal recourse, and if they try to stand up to them, they're just gonna get the shit kicked out of them by the deputies, so everybody just kind of lives with it. But hey, the silver lining, we live in a democracy. A couple years from now, we're just gonna have another election, and we'll vote this guy out, we'll get a new sheriff, and hopefully that'll be a good guy. Well, next election rolls around, and they rigged the entire thing. Now, at this point in time in Tennessee, they had a poll tax. Basically, you had to pay money if you wanted to exercise your right to vote, which sounds crazy to us today, but that's how it worked back then. And it also wasn't that big of a deal at this point.
Now, again, I'm mixed on the whole idea of poll taxes because it shows that you have a financial vested interest in voting, right? Like, I feel like it's too easy to vote these days. Way, way too easy to vote these days. I feel like people need to actually have more of a vested interest and be a genuine, interested and informed voter. Like, again, the other mixed thing I have on it is, as Dimitri points out, taxes were, will, and always be theft. I agree. But, like I said, I feel like there needs to be something in place. That's why I talk about the Starship Troopers Federation thing as being a good thing. You need to prove that you want to take on the responsibility of being a voting citizen, right? That's what I like it. And yeah, actual voters need to be more interested instead of fucking handouts. I agree. I think it's way. The voting system is way too lax right now. Way too lax, especially now that more and more numbers are coming in of just how many illegals voted and everything. Holy fuck. No, no. We need some more security for voting. A lot more of it.
Point in time, because usually the Democrat and Republican parties were willing to pay the poll taxes for the voters to show up and vote. So basically, the party was fronting the bill for people to come in and vote. But the problem was is that you had to go pay your poll tax prior to the day of voting. So you had to go pay your poll tax and then have the valid receipt showing that you paid your poll tax and turn that in when you went to vote. But you had to pay that poll tax like months in advance. So what they would do is they would never publish or put out to the masses when the deadline to pay your poll tax was, unless you were in the know and they knew how you were going to be voting. Then they would let you know, hey, you got to buy your poll tax by this time. So they were essentially disenfranchising anybody that wasn't on their side. On top of that, dead people voted. People that didn't exist voted. The deputies got caught telling elderly people that if they didn't, quote, vote the right way, that their pensions would be held up. They also claimed that there was 1,500 absentee votes, which was a staggering number considering the neighboring county, Knox County, that had 6 times the population, had never reported more than 600 absentee ballots. In addition to that, nobody was allowed to observe or poll watch, and if they tried, they would get the shit kicked out of them by the deputies, and then they'd get arrested. So,
wow, does this sound familiar to anybody? Does this sound familiar to fucking recent events to anybody else?
Cantrell obviously wins the next election because he rigged the entire thing. The people of McMinn County know that this is absolute bullshit. They're writing their state and federal politicians. The Department of Justice ends up launching an investigation in 1940. Nothing ever comes of it because Crump has connections in the federal government too. 1941 rolls around, Japan fucks around with America's boats, America enters World War II, and all the young men go off to war. Then in 1942, Cantrell decides his sheriff gig is too small for him. He's going to run for Tennessee State Senate, and he's going to appoint his right-hand man, Pat Mansfeld, to be the sheriff. Now, Cantrell is running against an incumbent politician, and this guy knows the ropes. He knows that Crump owns the entire state of Tennessee, and he knows that he's going to be backing Cantrell. So he pretty much immediately just drops out of the race, and Cantrell runs unopposed. The incumbent senator that dropped out of the race, a man by the name of Robert Lindsay, when asked why he didn't put up a fight, said, and I quote, "I have been elected to state senate from McMahon, Bradley, Roane, and Anderson counties for 3 terms, each time by fair and honest methods. I might be elected again, but if I do so, it would be necessary for my friends in Bradley, Roane, and Anderson to resort to the same kinds of methods my opposition has convinced me it will use in McMahon. I do not intend to use such methods." Translation: I can't win unless I cheat, and I'm not gonna cheat. So Cantrell wins, becomes a state senator. From here, he goes about making it even easier to cheat in elections. What he does in McMinn County is he cuts it from 23 precincts, 23 voting locations throughout the county, down to 12, making it so people have to travel up to 20 miles to go vote. Bear in mind, this is the 1940s in rural Tennessee. People don't have cars, okay? People are walking to voting locations.
Bicycles,
they're riding
everything.
fucking horses, okay? Would you travel 20 miles on horseback or walk 20 miles to go vote in a sheriff's election? Probably not, especially if you had to pay money and you didn't know when you had to pay the money and you don't have the fucking receipt.
If I ain't getting down there, it ain't worth it.
In addition to that, now that he's cut it down to 12 precincts instead of 23, now he can have more armed thugs there to intimidate people as they go to vote to make sure they're voting the right way. From here, 1942 election rolls around. They rig the entire thing. Pat Mansfield wins. DOJ investigates, comes up with nothing. 2 years later, same exact thing. 1944, they rig the election. DOJ investigates. Nothing gets done.
This is the moment when they should have realized. Again, it's part about the wicked, right? The corrupt, the evil. They never realize that when a situation changes, they always just try to bully and brute force their way through. Because they're self-interested and self-serving. They don't think outside of themselves. So they become complacent very, very fucking quickly. Yep, I agree, Threadnought, absolutely. What just happened? Okay? If you are one of these scumbag pieces of shit, what just happened? A bunch of the fucking men went off to war and have learned how to kill and fight effectively and are now coming home. And they're coming back to the corruption, the exact bullshit they fought and toppled in 2 different fucking hemispheres of the world, and they're coming back to this. You mean the corrupt, weak-minded are incapable of thinking outside the box properly? Exactly. They only associate the box and everything within the box, and they only associate it with themselves. Yeah, they went out and they fought the fucking fascists and imperialists and everything, and they come back home to a fucking fascist. What do you think is going to happen? Yep, and then they fucked up. The good men came home and just got done solving hard times abroad. Absolutely.
September 25th, 1944, a Navy Seabee by the name of Earl Ford comes back home to McMinn County. He's in his Navy uniform still, just got home from the war, and he decides he's going to go out to the bar and have a good time in his military uniform. Now, to a normal person like you and me, in 1944, seeing somebody in their Navy uniform coming home to the bar, you would probably think in your head, oh, it's a war hero coming home from the war. That's what a normal, sane, decent person would think. But to the deputies of McMinn County, all they saw was dollar signs because they know that he probably has a ton of money because he's been racking up and saving the entire time he was in military service, and they're going to arrest him and fine the shit out of him so they can make money. Upon leaving the bar, several deputies decide that they are going to engage Earl by hitting him in the back of the head with a club, not like, hey sir, why don't you come here so we can talk, not hey, I think you're drunk in public. No words were exchanged. They just hit him in the head. Obviously, he's dazed, doesn't know what's going on. He turns around and tries to put up a fight and, I don't know, maybe defend himself like any normal person would, not exactly resisting arrest when they open up by attacking you, at which point they draw a gun, shoot him in the chest, and kill him. Obviously, this upsets a lot of people in town that they just killed a young man coming home from the war, at which point the deputies claimed that he pulled a knife on them and tried to stab him, and they were forced to shoot him. None of the witnesses that were there corroborated that. He was in a Navy uniform that didn't have pockets, so they don't know where he would be able to conceal a knife, and when they asked where the knife was after the fact, after shooting him in the chest, somehow the knife that he would have had in his hand trying to stab the police officer allegedly wound up behind him and underneath his dead body. And of course, the deputies get away with it. The deputy that shot him didn't even get fired or reprimanded because he's one of the boys of the political system, and that's the way this shit works.
Yep.
We make our own luck.
1945 rolls around. World War II comes to a close. All of the young men from McMinn County that went off and fought all end up coming home. And the deputies just see more and more dollar signs, right? Anytime you see a young man between like 18 to 25, that guy served in the military, probably has a bunch of money. When World War II veterans left the service, they got mustering out pay, one big lump sum, so they know that they can just arrest these guys and fine the shit out of them and make a ton of money. One of the first veterans to have a run-in with the deputies is Sergeant Bill White from the United States Marine Corps. This man fought on Guadalcanal and Tarawa, and then after that went on to become a jungle warfare instructor stateside. His dad sends him over to the rationing board because it's World War II, just got over, they still have all these rationing committees. They're rationing rubber, sugar, gasoline, all kinds of things that people need. You have to have ration stamps and everybody's only allowed to get so much. So dad sends his son Bill down to the rationing board to get 5 gallons of gas. Rationing board is like, no. And Bill's like, all right. So he goes to his buddy who had been in town longer and is like, hey, the rationing board basically just told me to fuck off when I wanted to get some gas. What's the deal? And he goes, oh, there's a deputy at the rationing board. You need to go pay him off and then he'll wave you through and the rationing board will give you whatever you want. So Bill goes over to the deputy, pays him $5. Deputy waves it off. He gets his 5 gallons of gas and he leaves. And Bill watches the deputy pocket the money. Bill has no idea what the fuck just happened. He's thrown off. So he goes home and tells his dad, who was a Cav scout in World War I, this story. And his dad's like, yeah, that's just how it is here now. And his dad proceeds to tell him this story about how he was on lunch break from work and he had a bottle of milk that he was drinking out of his lunch pail. And the deputy showed up, sniffed his milk and said there was alcohol in it and arrested him for being drunk and fined him $16, which was almost a week's pay for him. So Bill's pretty pissed off, obviously. And within a matter of months, pretty much every veteran that had returned home from the war was equally as pissed off because they were all being targeted by the sheriff's department because they knew that they had money. The deputies got so bold that they would go into bars, not wait outside for them to stagger out drunk. They would just go into bars and start arresting people for being drunk inside of a bar. On multiple occasions, they would walk into a bar if there was like a dance or a big event and just arrest absolutely everybody there. Not because they were doing anything wrong, just because they wanted to get the money. So the
There's One of these deputies, by the way, this is the one. This is the one I'm talking about. The one that shot the black man in the back, just straight up tried to kill him for trying to go exercise his right to vote. He says later when he got his ass fucking absolutely beat to hell, he said, "Yeah, I deserved it." Dude, you deserved a pine box. You did not deserve an ass beating. You deserve to be 6 feet under. Or, more accurately, in a shallow grave by the side of the road.
Veterans, understandably, started to get really pissed off, and they would just start drinking in private. They'd have their own private parties that the deputies didn't know about, so they could hang out with their friends in peace and not get arrested all the time. So all the veterans obviously wound up becoming really close friends. They all got together, they'd drink in private, they'd swap war stories. There's a guy by the name of John Fry who said he became the most powerful man in France for a couple weeks when his unit overtook a cognac distillery, and he had all the liquor in France. So he was like, you know, the most powerful guy around, wheeling and dealing with all of his booze. Carl Anderson told the story about how a German officer threatened to cut his finger off when he refused to give him his wedding ring. Tom Dooley would always bring his pet monkey that he acquired while he was overseas and somehow smuggled back home to Tennessee. Like, it was just a group of crazy, incredible men that had awesome stories that wound up becoming friends and bonded over the fact that they were all being discriminated against for their service. And as time went on, they went from drinking and discussing war stories to talking about the current political climate and how to fix it. And as they talked to townspeople, they started to realize, oh, they're literally rigging the elections. They rigged 1942, 1944, and they're probably going to rig this next one in 1946. We need to do something. So they went to the only political opposition that the Cantel Mafia had, a man by the name of Otto Kennedy, a local businessman that owned the tire shop in town, and he agreed to help him, and his tire shop became their new hangout. Leading up to the 1946 election, this group of veterans put out an ad in the paper reaching out to more veterans, basically saying if you were a veteran, and I quote, regardless of color or creed, if interested in cleaning up McMinn County and the return of good, clean, honest, and efficient government, don't fail to attend this event. Hundreds of veterans winded up showing up to this event, and they essentially pitched the idea to this crowd of veterans like, hey, look, regardless of whether you're a Democrat or a Republican or the color of your skin, we can all agree that this is fucked up and we need to restore order. We should band together and form a GI ticket, and we will run against Cantel and all of his men and replace all of them. And they all agreed, and they picked their candidates. Sergeant Henry Knox, who had served 40 months overseas, agreed that he would run for sheriff. Major Frank Carmichael volunteered to run as treasurer. Captain Bill Hamby was going to be the clerk of the court, and Captain Charlie Pickle was going to be the register of deeds. They had just selected the GI cleanup ticket, and their slogan was going to be, your vote will be counted as cast. And they chose that as their slogan because they knew they didn't need to win over the voters. Those voters would vote for anybody that wasn't part of this corrupt political machine, and the real struggle was going to be convincing the voters to show up and vote, because by this point in time, over the course of the last decade, they'd been so demoralized into knowing that no matter what happens, they're going to rig the election, they're going to take my money. If I show up, I'm just going to get harassed by armed gunmen and arrested, and then I'm going to have a target on my back. I'm just not even going to go vote. That was a real struggle. That was a hurdle they needed to overcome, was convincing the populace of McMinn County that this time democracy was going to work. They were not going to let them rig this election. These young men went across the world and fought for democracy and won, and now they came back home. They're going to fight for it again, and they're going to win again. And the veterans went absolutely ham trying to prove this to every single person in McMinn County. They literally went to every single door in the entire county and had personal conversations with every single person. Almost every person in McMinn County had personally met at least one member on the GI ticket and spoke to them in person. Felix had acquired a Piper Cub airplane somehow, and they were literally crop dusting pamphlets over the town for the GI ticket. They had trucks rigged up with loudspeakers, and they would drive around town telling everybody, show up, vote, your vote is going to count this time. And after a while, it started to work. People started to believe that their vote was actually going to count this time, so they went, they paid the poll tax, they got their receipt, and what the deputies did in retaliation was they would go out and they would arrest veterans, and when they arrested them, if they had their poll tax receipt on them, they would confiscate it and not give it back so they couldn't vote. So they started reaching out to the bigger government. They wrote to the governor, they wrote to the attorney general, they wrote to Washington, D.C. One person even went as far as to tell the attorney general, if there's bloodshed this year, it's on your hands. And nobody did anything. As the election got closer and closer, there was really no campaigning from...
It got worse and worse, like to the point where the GI Bill will actually reach out to the Republican Party, and the Republican Party will be like, oh, we'll send a strongly worded letter. Fucking assholes. You fucking assholes. But then, after all this, when it's getting to the point where they're going to give the big speech, right? They get together, they go to the National Guard armory, they arm themselves, and they come back. And it's like, okay, so you fucked around, it's time to find out. And I just love, I hope he tells the panic from the guys contact the National Guard armory, like, what did you do?
From the machine side, they just upped the amount of harassment the deputies were doling out to veterans and anybody they thought might be friendly to those veterans. That's all they did. They were just in it to make more money. Why did they need to campaign? They were going to rig the election. They knew they were going to win. But they were starting to get a little bit nervous. So Paul Cantrell would step down from Senate, and he was going to come back to McMinn County, and he was going to run for sheriff this year. And his right-hand man, Mansfield, was going to take his spot in the Senate. And then election day came, August 1st, 1946. And you got to realize it's just a small sheriff's department. They've only got like 30 deputies. There's hundreds of veterans. The veterans guaranteed that everybody would be safe going to the polls, and these armed thugs aren't going to be able to outmuscle the veterans. There's just not enough of them. And then a literal caravan of cars came into McMinn County and Athens, Tennessee. Cantrell had brought in over 250 armed men, any men that he could find, other deputies from other counties, police departments, prison guards. They even deputized some prisoners, a lot of which were literally violent criminals. At this point, the veterans know shit's about to hit the fan, because Cantrell now has 250 armed men manning the 12 precincts. They are going to intimidate absolutely everybody. So the GIs got together and issued a statement over the radio to the people of McMinn County. Quote, go to your precincts, vote, and stick around all day to hear who wins. This is not old Germany. Hitler is not telling you how to vote. Don't be bothered by any scare campaign. Cantrell's henchmen may try.
Yep.
You will be safe at the polls, and your vote will be counted as cast. The polling locations open up at 9 a.m. and in Athens, Tennessee, the county seat where most of the voting is going to be taking place, there's 3 voting locations: the Dixie Cafe, the Waterworks, and the courthouse. And at every single location, there is hundreds of people standing outside at 9 a.m. waiting to vote. Lines literally wrapping around the block. This is going to be a record-breaking election. And as soon as the polls open, shit hits the fan immediately. The armed thugs are intimidating everybody. They're only letting people in small groups so they have control and intimidation. They're not letting anybody stick around to poll watch to make sure things are being done correctly. They're actively rigging the election, and everybody knows it. And then one of the deputies by the name of Wendy Wise decides he's not going to let an elderly black gentleman by the name of Tom Gillespie vote. Tom isn't putting up with it. He's put up with enough shit his whole life. He's a black guy in the 1940s in the South. Like, he's seen some shit. He's not putting up with shit from this deputy. So he's like, no, I'm going to vote. It's my right. He goes to do it, and Wendy Wise proceeds to assault him with brass knuckles, and the situation devolves to him shooting Tom Gillespie. Now shit has officially hit the fan. Thank God Tom Gillespie survives, but that's not the point. The veterans said that you would be safe if you showed up and exercised your right as a citizen to vote, and these guys have now made the veterans a liar.
Really? We'll fix that.
So the 2 veteran poll watchers that were there at the Waterworks when Tom was shot, Ed Vastel and Charlie Scott, confront the deputies. They end up arresting them and bringing them into the Waterworks and tying them up. Other veterans start showing up, demanding that they release the veteran poll watchers. Guns start getting pointed, at which point Ed and Scott decide, you know what? Fuck this, we're gonna free ourselves. They get out of their ropes. Scott throws himself at the glass door, bounces right back off it, hops back up again, throws himself at the glass door again, breaks through, gets all cut up from the glass. Him and Ed run out into the crowd with their hands up, hoping that's enough to not get shot, and disappear into the crowd. Now, obviously, Ed and Scott go back to the Otto's tire shop, the GI HQ, and they're hanging out there. So Cantrell sends in 2 deputies to the tire shop, which is full of fucking World War II veterans, to arrest Scott and Ed.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
The veterans immediately and promptly disarm the deputies, beat the fucking shit out of them, tie them up, and throw them on a burn pile. Sheriff's Department, getting curious, doesn't hear from their deputies for a while, so what do you do when something doesn't work? Double tap. You do it again, right? They send 2 more deputies out to investigate.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
Promptly disarmed, get the shit kicked out of them, tied up, thrown on the burn pile with the other 2. Sheriff's Department doesn't hear from those guys for a while. That's fucking weird. Maybe we should send some more sheriffs out there to investigate. double it. So they send a total of 4 deputies now out to a building full of World War II veterans in 1946. 3 of them get captured, disarmed, get the shit kicked out of them, and thrown on the burn pile, and 1 of them gets away. Cutting over to Otto Kennedy, he's been out of town all day trying to get the federal government or the state government to intervene to fix this situation. He shows back up to his tire shop, he sees 7 deputies tied up on a burn pile, and he's like, what the fuck is happening? The veterans explain everything, and he's like, nope, I'm fucking out. I didn't see anything. I don't know shit. I'm going home. You guys do whatever. The veterans then walk outside, basically on the main.
See, I can't blame him here. Honestly, you know what I mean? He's going to do the right thing. He's trying to get, like, you know, some actual authority and law and order. Comes back, and there's literally, it look like a fucking pagan sacrifice is coming in, right? It's like, oh my god, just absolutely.
Main Street in Athens, there's people all over the place, hundreds of people from McMinn County all around watching these events unfold, and they're just like, hey, who's got a couple of cars we could borrow? And these people are like, you know, they're on the GI's side, so people volunteer to let them take their cars. They then proceed to load these 7 deputies up into these cars, drive them out into the forest, strip them butt-ass naked, tie them to trees, whip them with hickory sticks, and then head back to the tire shop. 7 down, 243 to go.
I'm sorry. Ow! I hate you. You're awful.
And while that was going on at a different
Angel,
polling
go
location, the
awful.
deputies had arrested 2 veteran poll watchers, Bob Harold and Tom Dooley, because they confronted the deputies for letting people vote that didn't have poll tax receipts and even letting small children vote. They promptly beat up both the veterans and took them to jail. At this point, shit has completely hit the fan. There's journalists there with cameras. The deputies are arresting journalists. They're confiscating cameras. They're destroying film. They are in full cover-up mode to rig this election. From
Yep.
here, the deputies illegally closed the polls early. Then they refused to let anybody examine any of the ballots in the ballot boxes. They come out with a bunch of men with shotguns and high-powered rifles, and they take the ballot boxes into the jail, and they're not going to let anybody watch the count. And at this
Yep.
point, there's the aura of failure everywhere. They failed. They're going to go in there. They're going to count. They're going to mess up the count. They're going to rig the count. They're going to rig this election again. The veterans failed after they guaranteed votes would be counted as cast, and there's nothing they can do about it. So the veterans go back to the tire shop. They go back to HQ, and they sit there and they wait. They just have to wait for the count to come out. They know what the results are going to be, but they wait. The townspeople are out on Main Street in Athens. They're waiting too, and it's just quiet. It's ominous. They lost. And then finally, Bob White stands up. The one
Here
from
we
earlier,
go.
the Marine that fought in Tarawa and Guadalcanal.
Do his full speech. Please do his full speech.
He's got a Purple Heart from being shot through the hip in combat. He is a jungle warfare instructor in the United States Marine Corps, and he's had enough of this shit. He stands up and delivers an impromptu speech, and I'm paraphrasing, but in essence, he essentially says, you all went overseas for 4 or 5 years of your lives and fought tyranny across an ocean, and now you're all just going to sit here in silence and live in tyranny in your own home. We're not going to put up with this shit. Go home, get your guns, and meet back here.
Mm-hmm.
The veterans get up, they go home, they come back with their guns. It's not much. They've got some hunting shotguns, hunting rifles, pistols, not nearly enough to confront the 55 armed deputies inside of that jail in a fortified fighting position. At which point, Bob decides, we're gonna need some more firepower. From here, they get up and they head over to the National Guard Armory. There's one guy from the National Guard there holding down the fort. They show up with guns and they're like, fork over the keys. He's more than happy to do it, gives them the keys. They go in, open up the armory, take a bunch of rifles, Tommy guns, pistols, ammo, everything they want. From here, the accounts vary widely on how many armed veterans were there. Bob White said he had about 60 men under his command, but there's some people saying that there was hundreds. There's even a couple accounts saying that there was as many as 2,000 armed veterans. I think that that person was thinking the overall crowd in general, because the whole town is there watching. From here, the deputies go out, they completely surround the jail, sun's going down, so they shoot out all the street lights so that the deputies aren't going to be able to see where they're at. Then they get keys to all the surrounding buildings, and the people of the town are willingly just giving them the keys because, like, they're overthrowing the corrupt government. Why wouldn't you help? The veterans are up on top of roofs, they're in windows, they're in all the buildings surrounding this jail. They have the entire thing on lockdown. Now, by this point, the deputies know something's up. Some of them are outside in front of the jail. They're completely surrounded by armed veterans. There's fucking 1,000 civilians watching in the background, at which point one of the veterans chimes in and is like, bring the ballot boxes out. We're going to count them all right here, right now. We're going to see who won this election. To which the deputies respond, you're going to have to come get them.
Come and get
Wrong answer. that is what we like to call them's fighting words.
them.
At which point the veterans respond, all right. And all you hear is safeties on guns click off as all the deputies hear that. They run and dive for cover, and the veterans open fire on the jail. Some of the deputies get hit. They're hiding behind cars, limping for cover. The rest of the deputies run inside the jail and take cover. They start returning fire.
We find your
All the
terms
civilians
acceptable.
are scattering in the background, not really leaving the scene. They're trying to find somewhere safe because they also want to watch this shit unfold, and it's just chaos. From here, a pretty intense firefight ensues, but the jail's basically impenetrable. It's made out of brick. All the veterans are behind covers. Not a lot of people are getting hit, but some people are getting hit by ricochets, birdshot, other things like that. As this firefight unfolds, the townspeople kind of get acclimated to being in a firefight, I guess, and get a little bit more brazen and start watching a little bit closer. Some of them take it upon themselves to go and vandalize all of the cop cars and overturn them. Veterans are flipping cars for more cover. It's just a complete shit show. After a while, the initial firefight dies down and it just kind of devolves into a standoff where they're taking pop shots at each other back and forth. Inside the jail, Cantrell and Mansfield are shitting their pants. They're on the phone. They're calling up the National Guard. The National Guard's getting ready to mobilize. They call the sheriff of Polk County asking for backup. He promptly responds, what are you, fucking crazy? No, get out of here. You did this to yourself. I'm not gonna go fight a bunch of World War II veterans. No. So Mansfield calls Otto Kennedy. Kennedy picks up the phone. Mansfield, still trying to sound tough, is like, Otto, your boys are down here shooting up the jail. You need to come get them or we're gonna take care of them. To which Otto responds, all right, go get them. Hangs up.
He just hung up on me mid-sentence.
One of the veterans ends up finding out that the National Guard got called and they're going to mobilize, so he notifies the ringleader, Bob White, and Bob White is like, all right, first things first, we're going to go cut the phone line to the jail so they can't do that shit again. Also, don't tell anybody else. It's going to take hours for him to get here. I don't need you making everybody scared. Keep that shit under wraps. From here, Bob's kind of like, okay, well, National Guard's going to show up eventually. We should probably hurry this shit up. We should have a couple of hours. Let's go get some gasoline and some glass bottles and make us some Molotov cocktails, see if we can't convince them to leave the jail. So the veterans make Molotov cocktails, throw them at the jail. It's a brick building, not very effective. Fire burns out, not a big deal. At which point, one of the veterans is like, I work for the county and we got dynamite in the county shed. You want me to go get it? Fuck yeah, I do. Well, we're going to get...
You got dynamite in the shed. You want me to go get it? Fuck yeah, I do. Oh my god.
Dynamite, they go and start rendering aid to some of the deputies that have been shot. I mean, they've been laying there for a couple hours moaning and groaning at this point. One of the veterans actually gives a direct blood transfusion to the deputy, despite the fact that he's, you know, the enemy. It's not really his enemy. He's just doing what he has to do. And I think this is the cool part of the story where it's like, the veterans didn't want to do this. They were driven to do this. They want to cause as little damage as possible, and they're still caring about their enemy. Around the same point in time, an ambulance pulls up to start rendering aid. The veterans are thinking, okay, they've got some, you know, injured people inside the building or whatever. We're going to let them get their injured out because, you know,
this is the fucking shit. Because veterans won't shoot at least veterans on our side, won't shoot at medics and stuff, right? You won't shoot at ambulance things. That's a war crime. If you were fighting the Japanese or late war Germany, no, that's gentlemanly conduct that gets thrown out the window real fucking fast. Especially the Japanese actually took pride in killing as many medics as they could.
We're trying to do the right thing. We're good guys. And sure enough, Paul Cantrell and Mansfield take the opportunity to slip inside the ambulance and make a clean getaway, leaving all their henchmen behind. Nobody really realizes that at the time. The ambulance takes off. The dynamite shows up. They then proceed to blow up Mansfield's car. The crowd erupts in cheer. They love this shit. At which point the veterans yell into the jail like, come out or we're gonna start blowing this shit up. They respond with a couple of pop shots. Cool. Band 3 sticks of dynamite together, throw it onto the porch, blow the entire porch off the jail. After the smoke from that settles, the GIs yell in. The next one's coming through the window, at which point the deputies, you know, the boss has already fled. What the fuck am I doing here? They're like, okay, stop shooting. We'll come out. The GIs are like, cool, come out with your hands up. We're all good. The deputies all file out with their hands in the air, begging not to get shot, at which point some of the GIs are like, you know, maybe we should shoot them. And the crowd is like, fucking shoot him. The rest of the GIs are like, no, we're not fucking murdering people. Knock it off. So nobody ends up getting shot. Cantrell and Mansfield are missing. They refuse to tell him where the hell they went. They found out later that he escaped in the ambulance.
God damn it!
Now at this point, you gotta remember, there's 2,000 civilians that have been getting the shit kicked out of them for the past 10 years by these deputies
Yep.
and being extorted, and the crowd kind of, moves in and has their chance to return the favor, which they absolutely do. And
Yep.
Wendy Wise, the man that shot the elderly black gentleman earlier, got a special amount of attention.
Oh my god, you deserved so much worse, you fucking prick. You deserve so much worse.
The payback's a motherfucker, ain't it?
He did end up surviving, and he later said that there was no hard feelings.
Why would I have hard feelings? I'm still picking pieces of your ass out of my boot.
Good one.
So while that's going on, the veterans go inside the jail. They find a metric fuck ton of ballots that were pre-marked for Paul Cantrell. They find the real ballots. They take the real ballots out. They pick trustworthy people. They have them go count them. Then they continue searching the rest of the jail. They go back to where the actual jail cells are. There's 3 veterans in there. They break them out. And then there's 2 other people. One guy that got picked up the night before for being too drunk, and another guy that was in there for burglary that have apparently just been having the worst time of their fucking lives. They had no idea what was going on the entire time.
Stop blowing holes in my shit!
So now the ballots are getting counted. They take all the deputies back into the jail, throw their asses in jail cells, and wait for the ballots to get counted. The results come in, the real results, and every GI won in a fucking landslide. From here, the crowd goes fucking nuts. It's a huge celebration. Everybody's happy. They've finally overthrown the corrupt government. The day is saved. After that, settles down a little bit, a lawyer chimes in and is like, okay, we can't fucking talk about any of this shit, by the way.
I don't have a clue what you're talking about, Phil. Not a fucking clue.
At this point, everybody's like, well, yeah, good idea. So, not knowing what to do with, the 55 deputies that they had inside of a jail cell, they just kind of took the ones that were messed up to the hospital, let the rest of them go, get the fuck out of our town. All of them, except for Wendy Wise, they kept him in jail, told him they were going to send him to prison as long as they possibly could. And while this is going on, Mansfield and Cantrell end up convincing the mortician in town to smuggle them out of town inside of a hearse, which is symbolic to say the least. Now at this point, it dawns on everybody, the work's not done yet. The National Guard still might be coming. We got to get ready. The whole town is on their side. They don't want the National Guard coming in here overturning what they deem as a just election. They've all got guns, and they're game to go to war with the National Guard to defend their right to vote.
Yep.
It's fucking crazy. Felix Harold takes off, gets in his Piper Cub plane. He's circling the town, conducting aerial reconnaissance, looking at all the roads into Athens and the county as a whole. And he's like, there's no major formations coming near us at all. There's not a single car on the road right now. I think we're good. The governor had already called off the National Guard, but they don't know that yet. They literally have patrols going around town of armed veterans and armed civilians getting ready to throw down for anybody that wants to overturn this election. And this goes on for days, almost a week. The veterans ended up getting word that a neighboring sheriff's department from a neighboring county was going to send troops in here to do something about it. They're like, fuck it, let's grab a bunch of guys, load them in some trucks, and we'll just drive to their sheriff's department and ask them what's up. Bunch of armed veterans show up, 50 of them outside of the sheriff's department. It was like, hey, we heard you wanted to do something about our election. And the sheriff is like, nope.
No, that's not what I said.
And the veterans are like, okay, great, cool, wonderful. They head back to Athens peacefully. Everything's going fine. Sure enough, U.S. Marshals show up. The feds, they start asking questions. Nobody in town says a fucking thing about anything.
Oh, nah, I ain't seen nothing. I ain't seen nothing. Matter of fact, I'm blind in my left eye. I can't even see you, sir.
The U.S. Marshals don't know what to do. Obviously shit went down here, but nobody's talking. They've got to, figure out what the hell happened and what they're going to do about it. And then they get an idea. They're like, hey, they got the guns from somewhere. They had to have gotten all those guns from the National Guard Armory. We're going to go check there.
You're
so
going
they
to go
show up
check
to
there.
The National Guard Armory. Every single gun is there and accounted for. And the National Guard Armory sergeant is like,
I don't know shit about fuck.
At which point the U.S. Marshals are like, okay, these guys they're fucking thorough. I'll give them that.
They're fucking
what
thorough.
What about the ammunition? They spent ammunition. We know that you keep a running tally of that shit. Is all the ammunition here? To which the National Guard guy is like, no, actually we don't. You see, that's expendable. We don't really keep track of that shit here. It's, you know, it's very complicated and nuanced. But no, I don't have that information either. Sorry. Anyways, have a nice day. The U.S. Marshals are like, I have no fucking idea what to do. I have nothing to go off. So they just kind of fuck off. And then Judge Sue Hicks orders an investigation into every possible crime committed by everybody. The investigation yields absolutely nothing. He even gets the National Guard to conduct an internal investigation as to whether or not the weapons at the armory were used. And the National Guard is like, nope, definitely not used at all. Ultimately, the governor ends up stepping in and is like, okay, just we're done with this. We're moving on. The GIs that won their elected post. Nobody ended up dying. There were no fatalities, just a ton of injuries over this entire thing. We're moving on. The only person that got convicted of anything was Deputy Wendy Wise, who shot Tom Gillespie, and he got sent to prison for 3 years. And now with the new veteran Sheriff Knox, he announced that he was going to be conducting an investigation into all of the other political officials inside the town of Athens and McMinn County to make sure that they won their elections fairly, at which point all 28 remaining public officials in the county and the town of Athens promptly resigned.
You're all fired.
From here, the new sheriff's department immediately restored order to the county, with their first 3 arrests actually being veterans that had broken the law in a true demonstration of, we are not going to be another machine, we're not going to be another corrupt government, we're going to do the right thing. If you do the crime, you're going to do the time, and that's that. In addition to that, they immediately went out and put an end to all the illegal gambling and alcohol rings that had been funding the previous political machine. And that's it. Order had officially been restored to Athens. Everybody lives happily ever after. Hooray. But then word got out to the rest of Tennessee what had happened. And you remember, machine politics are going on all over the state. And as word got out with that, you started to see more veterans organizations mobilizing and doing similar things. There were some altercations, nothing to the scale of the Battle of Athens, because, well, nobody wanted to find out because they knew what would happen. They all watched the Battle of Athens occur. And over the course of the coming years, by the early 1950s, the Crump political machine had effectively been completely dismantled, because now they knew if you fuck around too hard, somebody might make you find out.
Yep.
This entire story is just the embodiment of, if we all break the rules together, they can't get all of us in trouble, and I absolutely love it.
I wish he would have mentioned that. Like I said, tinfoil hat for myself. Tinfoil hat. Crump and all of them were Democrats and everything, right? And he didn't mention the fact that they put in for he didn't mention the fact that they put in for the Republican Party to do something. Republicans sent a strongly worded letter. He was fucking really stupid. Like, again, the Democrats are evil, the Republicans are useless. But yeah, tinfoil hat time. Suddenly, after the Battle of Athens, the Democrat Party became very anti-Second Amendment for some reason. I wonder why. I wonder why. Yep. But again, doesn't this all sound really fucking familiar to things? But yeah. No, Mishra, that's exactly what I'm fucking saying. They absolutely about got their asses clapped. Yeah, it's a true mystery why the Democrats, who got overthrown in the only successful armed rebellion in U.S. history, might suddenly be against the Second Amendment afterwards. I wonder why. Yeah, another fantastic video from the Fat Electrician. Genuinely fantastic. Yeah, but that wasn't technically the U.S. government. That wasn't the U.S. anymore. This is the first time the U.S. government has had an armed rebellion against itself on its own soil. And it was a successful one. There have been other times it's been attempted. Like, stuff like the, John Brown. Like, I'm trying to remember what his particular, like, uprising was called. But he was the he was the radical abolitionist, and he formed a like full-on like militia, and they had a rebellion to go like do as much damage as fucking possible. Yep. That's why they always try to tell you too, like, oh, you need tanks and nukes and planes, stuff like that. It's like, no, you don't. Again, you don't need any of that to successfully fight back against a corrupt regime. All it takes is a group of people, armed, willing to say, no, go fuck yourself. All those tankers, all those fighter pilots, drone operators, they all got families. And I'm, sorry, but, John Brown's Raid. Thank you very much, Anti-Boy Scout. Appreciate it. Yeah. There you go, chat. Again, I was looking forward to that one. I've been looking forward to that one for a long time. Because I genuinely believe that the Battle of Athens should be recorded in history. And everybody should know the Battle of Athens. I made a thumbnail for it as well. Where did it... Hello? I didn't save the thumbnail. That's incredible. I didn't save the thumbnail. I don't know. I thought it was too cheesy. I thought it was too cheesy of a thumbnail. Alright, never mind. I was going to show you guys what the thumbnail looked like, and it's gone. It's gone. I remember I closed the program and it said, do you want to save? And I had other images opened up in there and I was like, no, I don't want to save any of that, so I'll just insta-close all of it. Oh, that's fucking funny. That's funny. Now, like I said, it was a cheesy thumbnail. Like, it was pretty generic too, honestly. So, it is what it is. Too cheesy and Mouse ate it. I know, where's Mouse? Mouse, did you eat my thumbnail? Mouse, did you eat my thumbnail? Okay. So I guess in other spicy news, boy, Pagan got to it, yep. Rakota yesterday. Oh, that bastard bitch. That bastard bitch shit fuck. But yeah, another spicy news. My God, Pirate Software has really hoisted himself by his own petard, hasn't he? Oh, it's fucking great. It's fucking great. Like, I never said that. And then people immediately post the stuff of him literally saying that and him being just a disingenuous lying prick. Oh, it's so good to see. It's so good to see people, like, going after him. It's fucking crazy. Yep. And now people are digging into his financials and everything, and turns out, oh, he has a financial vested interest in stopping the Stop Killing Games initiative. Because he's a dirty scumbag that wants to stick in his fingers in as many pockets as possible. Wow, who would have guessed? Hoisted by his own petard. Technically, given its pirate software, it is hoisted by his own retard. Only his retardation is himself. Entirely himself. Yep. Oh, man. Oh, my God. And then, of course, more political nonsense. Daily Mail Online. The two maidens of Pompeii may have been gay lovers, scientists say, after reanalyzing the iconic preserved figures found wrapped in a poignant embrace. And then somebody, Connor Tomlinson, thank you for being a voice of reason. Imagine sheltering from volcanic ash with your best friend, facing unimaginable terror in your last moments alive, and not thinking to sit 6 feet apart in case an archaeologist in 2,000 years calls you gay. Oh. Wow. It's fucking, just... Yep. Home to Clown World. We're still in the effects of it. We still gotta clean up all the fucking clowns. There's so many of them. Right. So, chat. I meant to change the fucking... Man. I forgot to change the thing. Oh. Yeah, 100% more gay according to science, yeah. They aren't even hiding it anymore, the juice. Apparently, they recently crucified someone. I haven't seen anything. But yeah, so I remade the character from scratch. William. I'm sorry, William. It's now your time. Goodbye. Goodbye, William. I just couldn't take the fact that the name was the way it was. But hey, man, we still look hideous, by the way, as you can tell. Still look fucking hideous. But here's the cool thing. We started our epic adventure. And so I've been working with the werewolfies out here to fight the other insane werewolfies. By the way, this whole zone has a freeze mechanic. You can literally freeze to death out here. It's so fucking cold. Even if you're a werewolf form, you could freeze to death. Yeah, so we can hang out with them and everything like that. I'm hanging out right now. So when we're done, we're definitely going to do that. Wow. You can be a free popsicle. Yes, I can. But she gives training and everything for this, so I picked up a few new abilities. So we're getting there. We're getting there. No, it doesn't. That's one of the things I hope they add. Because it doesn't give you added time. Yeah, this whole place out here. On the mountains. Then there's these two. Who I want to work with. Mittens and Red. Red's right next to them. But they have fox defenses around them. It's like, damn it. I'm getting zippy zapped. What I'm hoping they add is I hope they have the hybrid form. Hopefully we can have 3 forms at least, right? We can have our human form, or humanoid form, our wolf form, and then our hybrid, being a traditional werewolf. That would be fucking sick. Give the wolf form more speed off the bat to give it a trade-off. Maybe more speed, less health. Give the werewolf form less speed, more health, and damage, obviously. And go from there. Oh, also I changed the psychology. We can literally... Hang on. Hang on, I'll show you this. Get back here! You bastard bitch. Shit, fuck. Get back here. Oh, I do so little damage with psychology in this zone, though. No, you can literally shame things to death. Get back here. You fuck? Oh my god. This doe just does not want to fight. Alright, that's it. Come here. I'll do damage this way and that'll get you to fight. Bastard bitch. Bastard bitch shit fuck. Butcher it. Then we'll bury the corpse. Well, it's because we're in this zone. You know what I mean? We're in a... This is a high tier zone in comparison to where I am. These are level 36 fucking mobs. I am way under leveled for the fights that we're getting in here. The only reason that this is even successful is because we're fighting fucking deer. I'll eat this one. Because fuck you. Alright, let's go back before I freeze to death. Yeah, here you literally psychology, like, we have abilities like, so just tell me about your mother and stuff like that, and it's like... There we go. He also has some training, but he has Wolf's Bane, so anti-werewolf stuff. Boop. Yeah, she wants me how to fight polar bears, which is a tall ask in this zone for me. So why don't you go fight some polar bears? Also insane werewolves. Apparently... in the lore, the vast majority of werewolves go insane. The moment they've turned into a lycanthrope, they lose their mind. It is actually a rarity. Hold on. Oh! That's not bad, though. Werewolf claw damage is nice. It is apparently a major rarity that anybody keeps their mind. So yeah. Wild horse! Hang on, I have a chance! I just have to succeed. Succeed in the petting. Pet the horse. I did it! Completed. Learning the ways of horses. This would actually be a really good horse, actually. Huh. Shame I don't have the horse apple. Oh, I've been enjoying the game a lot. Me and Mouse have been rolling through quickly. You can see I'm werewolf level 27. Once we get werewolf 30, we can get the move speed stuff. Also, most NPCs don't like werewolves and stuff like that, and they don't want to talk to them. But these NPCs out here are just totally chill. This one, she doesn't let me do anything, but talk to her. Aw, what a cutie! Like, oh, okay, lady, go get on the bed. Meanwhile, this one will actually have a full-on conversation with me. But, so, each NPC is coded if they like, each NPC is coded if they have, like, beast speech, if they can talk to animals, stuff like that. Yeah, white woman moment. Where are all the white women at? Yeah, again, things are still kind of rough and bare bones here, but that's just the way it is. Might as well talk to everybody in here. Supposed to be in here. Shoo! Rude! What about you? Aw. What about you? That's it. I saw your sign in the tower near here. I said you tell me about it in person? Killed a necromancer in there long ago. Foolishly turned myself in for the murder and was in prison for 50 years, at least last year, and came to see my handiwork, and I don't think he's completely dead. You saw him alive? No, but there's zombies wandering around, just like the frozen zombies I helped him create decades ago. But damn it. I buried him alive, and I felt his life force ebb. I must be mistaken. He can't be alive. Why'd you kill him? He was a necrophiliac. He forced the dead to live in their rotting bodies so that he could have animated playthings. Those are worthless scum, but he was even worse than most. I was his apprentice, and he made me freeze the zombies so that they wouldn't rot while he lost words. He would fuck them right in front of me. I was practically a child watching the zombies scream in anger and despair, and he laughed and laughed, and oh my god. Oh my god. I see. A misery box is punishment because there's no law against necromancy among elves. Elves live a long time, so I will eventually get over my prison term, I suppose, but not right now. Let's focus on my ice magic. It's the only thing that matters. This man may still be alive, and that gnaws at me. Is there anything I can do? I bring myself to go there and see if he's alive. I'm not ready, but I can't let you get yourself killed either. If you went alone, you could surely die. And he would do terrible things with your corpse. So, no, I can't let you go. What if I promise to bring a couple friends? Well, if you have powerful friends, I suppose. Very well. You'll need this. Then you get past the icy barrier I concocted, deep within the layer. Let each of your friends use it too. Hey, what's the past barrier? You quickly come to a dead end. That's where I left his corpse. If he's dead, wonderful. If he's not, fix it. Bring back his skull. Grizzly. Yes, but don't worry, he's already officially dead. I spent 50 years in prison for the crime. You're just making sure I can sleep at night. Okay, I'll do it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, look at this little cozy inn. Oh, cozy. Cozy, cozy, cozy. Right. So now, I need to get back to town. And I'm in Frozen Hellland. I'm going to try and talk to the foxes. We're gonna try. God, the mountain sheep are level 40. Good God. Good God. And they throw down. Brother, ew. Ew, brother, ew. I'm actually just like, I'm pleasantly surprised that they would even go with that as a plot point for one of their quests. Necromantic necrophiliac. Ugh. Ew. Brother, ew. There's a bear here, too. Well, there's one defense crystal here. We'll attack the... Oh, no. It's already spotted me. Owie. Hey, is there horses? Stop it! Okay, good. It's fucking dead. But I'm also very fucked up. Right. Talk to the fox. Whoa. Whoa. What's going on? Please hold. You okay? You okay? Oh! Things have gone dire. Give gift, quick. Ah! Not enough! Yep, I'm still playing the 2 superhero MMOs. Yep, yep. I guess we can do that. Yeah, we can go do that too. Fucking defense crystals, man. Also, I need more. I need more stuff to give them. That's brutal. What other stuff do you need? Hold on. Check you quickly. Small talk. Loves bounceweed, loves tundra lichen. Okay. Right. Well, that's a no-go. I'm gonna have to go get more psychology stuff. So in the meanwhile, let's fight an ice bear and see how bad this goes with extreme regeneration. Oh my god. It's gonna do no damage. Yep. Oh! Oh my god! There we go. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before I can fight some bears. But, death report. That's why I did it. Death report! It's obviously free. Not sure if it's kind of private. For better or worse, WoW was the accessible, refined one. CO is more like to have better quality of life, but the microtransactions. Again, CO I think feels better to play. Champions Online feels better to play. City of Heroes and City of Villains are combined, and they're completely free. They feel more... What's the way to put it? What's the way to put it? I don't know what's the way to put it. Yeah. If you don't set yourself to hardcore. If you do set yourself to hardcore, you get some bonuses, though. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why that did all that. I guess the encoder didn't like all the snow. It was like, death to the snow. Okay. Oh, there's a new update. Oh. Regeneration and tank. Oh, regeneration got fixed? Ooh. Huh. Neat. Oh, my thing is way off here. Hold on a second. There, that's much better. Much better. Good. Oh! Sorry. That was loud on my end, too. Hold on. Alright, who do we want to play as? Who do we want to play as? I haven't played for 6 days. Who do we want? I wish I had tail feathers. For Samantha, we don't. And wings. I'll show you guys. There's Samantha. Zagreus Wolfheart, Johann Wolfheart. I do want to figure out how would I make like William in this, right? How would I do that? Like what What would be my stuff? Well, first off, it'd be magic, always. But then, like, what would I make him? You know? What's the difference between these? No. Anyways. I don't know, maybe ranged? Those must be villains. These must be heroes. Scourge ability kicks in, increasing your damage to an enemy as their hit points drop. That sounds pretty fucking intense. Look! There are wings! Where do we get the wings? Where are the wings? Where are the wings? Damn it. I see you, wings, and I wonder where they are. Alright. Oh, give me a second, chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be RB. I'm back. Yeah, I guess you could do Psychic Blast for mind control. Oh, that's something I didn't think about. Hold on a second. Pet classes, archetypes, Dominator. Hold on, this might be the one. Yep, mind control right here it is. Yeah. So, pet class, Dominator, mind control. There you go, Anti-Boy Scout. There you go. Oh my god, I overheated the pizza. Holy shit, that's hot. Whew. Whoa, whoa, what does it look like? This could be fucking interesting. Oh. Unkindness. Checking through some of this stuff. Yes. And then it's a murder of crows. So a range of powers and abilities that no one else does. Behavior of villains, from freezing them in place to putting them to sleep to routing them away. Hold on. Interesting. God, there's so many different abilities and skills. Nature Affinity we have on the one with Johann. I wish I could do like animal and plant together, you know? I think that'd be really fucking cool. Like being able to summon the plants, stuff like that, and be able to summon wolves and stuff too. I think would be really fucking neat. Man, there's just so many things I didn't even think about through this. Holy shit, look at all those fucking powers. What the fuck? Okay. I do like that there's overlap. You know what I mean? I like that there's overlap. Alright, anyways. Let's do some Johann, shall we? Let's summon Whoops. Summon Whoops and heal. Ah, fuck, it's so hot I can't even pick up the pizza. Okay. There we go. Some of my whoopers. Give them training. Yeah. So these guys are in Ulf form. I'm in full Wolvarin form. Granted, I'm a really tiny Wolvarin. I might as well call this the Ulfsvar, or Ulfvarger form, right? Might as well be like the in-between of man and the full Wolvarin. Oh, they're so happy. Look at him. Look at him. He's so happy. All right. God, man, I'm burning my fingers. Burning my fingies. Wait, you're right. Ulfvarger is Wolf. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. No, Ulfvarger, sorry. Ulfvarger is the dire wolf. Shit, that's right. That's incorrect. What the fuck? Hang on. Did I put that on my thing? Hold on. No, Ulfvarger is man-wolf. That's interesting. Oh, wait! Because, yeah, I looked it up. No. I looked it up. Exhumed. I looked it up, and Ulfvarger is werewolf for Old Norse. For some reason. Wolf. Hold on. Old Norse for werewolf. Okay, now it's giving me something different. God damn it. It's Vargulfer is now what it's saying. Now it's different today. God damn it. God damn it. Vargulfer is what it is now. I don't. So what I do is I click on the thing like, okay, where do you get that? This term directly translates to wolf outlaw or wolf and is used to describe the mythical creature that transforms from human to wolf. See, what you do is, okay, you do the AI thing, right? And then you click the little link icon. So here's what you do. You do the AI thing, you click the link here, and it gives you where it's pulling it from. And then you could check that shit. Okay, so let's do Ulf. Old English of werewolf. Wolf skinned. That could be an interesting one to use. Or wolf coat. I like this one, wolf skinned. Wait, that's a TH, right? That the O there, or the thing is a TH in Norse, right? That's cool. What's the song you can't stop listening to? Is it the song that never ends? It just goes on and on, my friends? Yes, Mouse. Welcome. Of Old French. Ooh. Interesting. No. No, that's incorrect. Because I checked. No, I checked the one thing, the one symbol you put there. First was not to D, it was to TH. Because that's where we got Godi. To Gothi. Old Norse Gothi? Yeah, see? Gothi. Plural. Gothar. So yeah, that's TH. This is TH. Now, is that the same symbol? Is the question. I can't tell if that's the same symbol or not. Yes, greetings, mouse. Ftars! I found Ftars! Yeah. Apparently it's Guthi, though, for Old Norse. Interesting. I want. Right here. Right here, Exhumed. You have it right here. So, Gulthi. Gulthi. Alright, let's change that on here. It should be a U-T-H-I. Okay. Oh. Oh. Mmm. Tasty. Yeah, so we've got Ulfr for wolf, Vargr for dire wolf, Wolvarn for the true form. I'm going to change this. Ulf Hethner, I guess. Ulf Hethner. Would it be Ulf Hedner? So what would I put this translated as? So I would do ULF H-E, and then what should we do here? Should this be D? Ulf Hedner? Because I was going to do TH. Sir Reginald says do the TH. Okay. Yeah, let's change that then. But a weird sounding TH? Oh. So this be Ulf Hetner? Hetner? Oh my god. I'm trying to do a very subtle TH. How do you do a really, really subtle TH? Ulf Hetner? Hetner. Right, we're just going to do Ulf Hetner. Alright, let's put that in now. So, Ulf Hetner. Okay. You want to know the song? We're jumping back and forth. Because I double checked because they're like Wolf Wolf, which apparently is accurate in some Scandinavian languages. Ulfvarger would be werewolf because it's Wolf Wolf. It's like, I don't know how that's werewolf, but okay. Apparently that's true. But then Old Norse had stuff like this, which is wolf skinned, and I'm like, I like that. I like that idea of wolf skinned. I really do. And that's the in-between form, right? So, you have, starting from man, you had Mather, then Ulf Hetner for the man-wolf form, the in-between, Wolvaren for the true form, Varga for the dire wolf, because Varga was used as wolf, but it was mostly in reference to Fenrir, and then Ulfar for the standard wolf. Yeah, so that makes sense why it would be tied associated with Fenrir, right? Because Fenrir is supposed to be like the bad wolf, the literal big bad wolf is Fenrir, and his offspring are the more vicious wolves. With one of his sons chasing the moon and the other one chasing the sun, which is why the sun and the moon move across the sky in Old Norse mythology. You forgot the A in the end. Higa Urga Durga. Yeah, so we've got the Wrecker for the warriors under the full moon, Skald for the battle bards under the gibbous moon, Domari for the judges and law keepers under the half moon, Guthi for the spiritual guides under the crescent moon, and then Speya for the scouts and spies under the new moon. Hinga dinga dorgan. Or I guess that's Durgan. Hinga dinga durgan. Tasty. Oh, I'm also having some pizza. Pizza for lunch. All right. Look, they got wings. Okay. Question. Oh, cool. My avian character looks so weird without wings. Creator. See if anybody says anything. And meanwhile, I don't think we're going to get any group formed for it. So, let's go do some shenaniganry, shall we? Well, 16 already, so let's go. Tram. It didn't have backslot. It wasn't there on the creator. Oh, okay. Okay. I will go fix that right now. I'll go fix that right now. Yep, we're gonna go fix that right this moment. So, you can have your back slot removed if you, yeah. You have your back slot removed if you, fuck up. So, take that character. Samantha. Alright, create character. Magic. Hmm. Excuse me. But now we learned some interesting things. So, new pets. He was savage as afterwards? Because it's got burbs. I wouldn't do the insects thing here, though. I think that's silly. Actually, maybe the burbs being able to summon insects wouldn't be a bad idea. It's weird that I don't see a cooldown thing on this, but we see it here. The recharge rate. I'll show you. See the recharge rate here. You don't see it here. Very weird. This entangle. Good way to go. Okay. All right, now. Because we can't do those tails. Yep, it was the gunslinger belt. That's what did it. So angel wings? Yes, the angel wings are going to have to be what it is. Okay. Yeah, that does look a lot better. Now we got to figure out, though. Yeah, now we can't take Gunslinger 3 anymore. Okay, so we now automatically have whittled down our stuff we can take. Burb. She the burb. 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 Burb, 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 burb. Burb, 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 burb. It's funny, the large studded looks like it works the best of that I've seen thus far. Can I do anything with this? No. think her legs are a bit too long at this point. But I'm trying to find something that... You know what? I'll keep it. Here for the chest. Okay, that gray. Keep the color scheme going. Let's do you down like that. You up. Yeah. Yep. That's better. That aside. Oh, I should have gotten more drinks. That's fine. Water it is. Agua it is. Ow. Ooh, change the color a bit. Okay. Looks fine. Looks fine. Seeds of confusion. There, just so we can see it more. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm liking this whole plant control. Aiming slash, vicious slash, and unkindness. Spot prey, trending flurry, blood craze, call hawk. Barrel charge. Yeah, no, I like these. That there. You a little bit brighter. Oh god, it's eating the screen! Whatcha? I think it looks fine. Yeah, I think it looks fine. I think all the plant control stuff looked fine too. We don't get Spirit Tree for a while, though. I guess that makes sense. We can have it be, the burb isn't as durable as the Wolvarine, right? So... through his efforts of other shifters, what should we... I wonder what I should call the burbs. Yep. They definitely will not be as durable as the Wolvarine are. No. I gotta think on that. I think on that properly. Samantha. She will be the love interest for William Lowell, by the way. She doesn't know she's a shifter either. She has similar-ish dreams to William, which is why they're so compatible with each other. But her dreams all involve afterwards, like flying up into the air and like following flocks of birds and things like that. Again, it's part of her identity trying to assert itself. Just same way with William is having the wolf dreams. She's having burb dreams. Unlike the Wolvarine, though, the birds aren't... They don't have the rage, right? That's a thing that Meraxes gifted to the Wolvarine, and then eventually... no, I won't go into that one. Yeah, that's something that the Wolvarine have because of Sidorus, a.k.a. Steeljaw. The Concord, the compact he made with Meraxes. And that has now given all the Wolvarine the divine wrath. Which, unfortunately, if they're not careful, devolves into just blind, hateful, spite-filled rage. Could call them Corvins. Because again, the shifters, they're named after what they are in the dragon language. Like, Wolvarine is literally wolves of sentience. Same reason with the shark shifters being the Secarin. I'm pretty sure it's Secarin. Hold on. Hold on. Let me double check myself. That happens when you write a bunch of stuff down. Thankfully I have it written down, I should say. Oh no, I didn't. I don't have it written down anymore. But basically what I did was I took the designation, the scientific designation for sharks. Which is Selachimorpha. And I removed most of it and made it the Selachins. There we go. There we go. Now I got it right. Yeah. So we'll just do the same thing for the burbs. Black bird. If you actually type in blackbird, scientific name, Turdus maruli. Turdus. That's not happening. Yeah, so I guess we'll go with corvids, right? I don't want to. I guess we'll call them corvins. That just seems too close, though. I guess the true name is Corvidae. But the reason I don't want to do. There's too many things that use corvid as the thing, right? Hey, I go by Turdbird the Wizard after a round of illustration. Oh, God. Think Falcon, think Falcon, think Falcon, things through. So what if we do... Because ravens are... Corvus Corax. What if I call them Corvusans? Corvusans. No, that's two. I guess Corvins is literally... Maybe Corax is the important part of the designation, though? Coraxan? Or Corins, maybe? Because we wouldn't change ravens to ravens. It'd be funny, but no. I think Corvins might be our best bet. Let me see what crows are. Crows. So the Corax is the important part of the Raven. Fuck. Fuck. It's Hugin and Moonin. Yeah, Hugin and Moonin. I'm surprised you forgot that, because that was one of my favorite, like, investigation missions in the Secret World, was dealing with Odin's two birds, and they were there to help you because you're literally going up against fucking Loki. Unironically. Hugin and Moonin. Just spelling forgotten at the moment. Fair enough. Cool names, if I do say so myself, and I do. Yeah, but I'm thinking. And the reason it's important it's ravens is because wolves and ravens have a special relationship, right? It's one of the weird, like, symbiotic relationships in nature where two completely unrelated, like, species form a bond that's beneficial to both species. They were in a frat together. But, like, ravens will play games with wolves, and wolves will play games back with ravens. Ravens will scout out for prey, and when it finds prey, like packs or herds, it'll come back and they'll inform the wolves where the prey is, so that when the wolves hunt, the ravens will show up and they'll take, like, the eyes and things like that, like the good bits of food that they want. That's kind of like their payment, like, yeah, you led us to the prey, here you go. And wolves will unironically actually, like, set aside bits of food for the ravens to take. Like I said, it's one of those really weird relationships, right? Yeah, but that gets into Old Norse, right? I don't want to do Old Norse for everything. Meraxes specifically did Old Norse for the Wolverine because of the special relationship he had with Sidorus, aka Steeljaw. And Steeljaw the Wolverine got a lot of their species, like, identification and traits because Steeljaw was the only Wolverine at the time. Just because of the way that the world worked. So he's the only true Wolverine, I should say. There were other werewolves in Averall, but he was the first actual full-on Wolverine. So Meraxes helped to shape the identity of his people, of what they would be, what they would become. That's also where the concord between Meraxes and Steeljaw came from, which is filtered through into all Wolverine throughout the multiverse now. Again, an unintended side effect and consequence is what Cordysoth did. So that gets into a whole big thing. A lot of the books are unintended side effects of things that happened, right? Unintended side effects of higher beings twisting and manipulating things a little bit, right? In Cortesant's case, it was the creation of the game Lost Frontiers. And then through that creation, one of the entities that got brought over from Lost Frontiers was Steeljaw, because Steeljaw was a hero of the Guild Starlight. Also, stars and guiding light and everything like that is very important. So, an unintended consequence of that was now the Wolverine, rather than being just a video game creation, were now a real thing. Meraxis, through his ascension to divine status, started to shape and mold what the Wolverine culture would be. But there were inherent truths to it as well. Like, again, Wolverine do not suffer the bane of silver. Right? Werewolves do. Wolverine do not. Oh, also, so Reginald, while you're here, and hopefully Exhumed Legume is still here too, I call the werewolves, when Wolverine run into werewolves, or those under the curse of the Wolverine is what it's called, their official name for it, scroll down here, a false ulfr. So falls -ulfr. For literally like fake wolf or mockery wolf. So those are the people that suffer the curse of the Wolverine. They can only transform into a lesser war form. They can't transform into a full Wolverine. Now, because of the way the curse works, when a cursed Wolverine breeds, right, when a false Ulfr breeds, they have a chance of passing the curse on to their offspring, but there's also a super rare chance that because of the curse's nature and its magics, the curse can actually make the offspring an actual true Wolverine. But it's incredibly rare. However, because it's so rare, the Wolverine, in a weird like twist on what normally happens, from like, oh, your parentage sucks, the Wolverine have a high respect for Curseborn Wolverine. Because so many things need to have happened, you basically needed to have won, first off, the jackpot in that the Curse of the Wolverine got passed down, which has its own benefits, by the way, because if you're born with it, there's actually an easing into the affliction and everything like that, and you gain a lot of benefits and strengths and stuff as you're a normal person, something you don't get if you are afflicted with it. So you need to win the jackpot there, and then you need to win a secondary jackpot in that it full-on makes you a Wolverine instead of just being someone who has the curse from birth. And the Wolverine view those who are curse-born as like good luck. They're signs of good fortune and portents. Clearly, the spirits and the gods have come together and have gifted you something incredible. You won the double jackpot. So in Wolverine society, the Curseborn are looked upon very, very favorably. And in keeping with that luck, they do seem to be luckier than other Wolverine. And the way that translates into is they get to re-roll some die, right, in the tabletop. If you're a Curseborn Wolverine, you get to re-roll some failed die rolls. Well, remember, the Wolverine are incredibly spiritual based and incredibly linked to the divine. Now, the curse afflicted are viewed as lesser because they are. It's one of those things where it's like if you're somebody who's afflicted with Curse of the Wolverine and you are allied with the Wolverines themselves, like you work directly for the tribes and everything, you are always seen as a second-class citizen, because you are. You aren't as durable as the Wolverine are. You don't have all the different forms the Wolverine do, so you're not as good at infiltrating and everything. Except in one weird instance, and we'll explain that instance here in a second. So you're not as durable, you're not as good at infiltrating in many cases, but you do suffer the Bane of Silver, and I'll talk about that in a second. And spirits don't go anywhere near you. Spirits can't stand the curse afflicted because of the curse. That's why a curse-born Wolverine, because the spirits like them, is an incredible thing. Yeah, so Wolverine do not suffer the Bane of Silver, because silver is a metal of truth. So when silver interacts with something that is made of falsity, made of falsehood, like zombies or skeletons or vampires or those afflicted with the curse of the Wolverine, it damages them severely, because your true state, this is wrong. This is not your true state of being. You're a corpse, you should be dead. Or in the case of the curse of the Wolverine, you're a man, not a wolf. So it's trying to force it back. Now on the flip side, the Wolverine are always revealed in silver's reflection. So if there's something made of silver that is polished enough that it can actually reflect, if you look at it and look at somebody and they're a Wolverine, it will always show their full Wolverine form. Because all other forms are a guise to their true form. Whereas the curse afflicted, because your true form was human or elf or dwarf or whatever, you do not show up as different in a silver mirror's reflection. So there are a bunch of facilities that deal with supernatural threats, and their entryways are always lined with silver, because silver can reveal falsehoods. Normal Wolverine cannot infiltrate in these places, because the moment they step in and somebody looks at the reflection in the silver, it looks like a giant fucking wolf monster. Kind of hard to sweep that one under the rug. But for a curse afflicted, they can walk in and be totally fine, because their true form is what's reflected. Now, part of the curse afflicted is that the Wolverine can perform a gift or a boon that they get known as the Mark of the Alpha, right? Oh no, exactly. Normal mirrors don't do it. Anything made with like aluminum or bronze or brass shined up or anything like that doesn't do it. It has to be silver. Silver is the metal of truth. It's also why there are silver-made swords. There are actually magic spells you can cast using silver to force and compel people to speak true. So there's actually a cult that forms up around this one dragon in Cordysoth's universe that are known as the Truth Seekers, and they use silver swords. They are a cult, very much so. They put tons of villages to the sword and everything, but in this case, they do literal, like, inquisitorial, like, truth-seeking shit. They are not good people. Ostensibly, they work for truth, but again, this is another one of those subversions of, like, thinking everybody thinks that healing magic is good. No. No, healing magic is actually terrifying. But anyways, so one of the things then gets brought up if, like, wait a minute, so Wolverine are rare, you don't know if somebody's going to be Wolverine or not until they're awakening. Can you not use a silver mirror on every child born of a Wolverine to see if it actually gets the Wolverine awakening? It's like, no. Because the awakening is the melding of the divine realm, your spirit in the divine realm, and your physical being in the mundane world. You need both of them to come in together. It's why William Lowell looks like a human in all of his reflections in silver until his awakening. Once he awakens, the truth is now revealed. He is Wolverine. There is no more like distinguishing between the two. Oh no, exactly, Sir Reginald. That's why it's a whole part of the thing of like, hey, this is an organization that seeks out truth. It's like ostensibly you would think on its surface that sounds like a good thing, right? But then you realize their methodology. They put entire villages to the sword. They burn down entire villages and slaughter everybody in it, seeking the truth. People hide stuff, not even out of pure malice, but out of embarrassment, shame. They don't think people will understand them, what their ideals are. They don't want to rock the boats. They'd rather sacrifice of themselves for the stability of the community. That's not a bad thing. Self-sacrifice is not a terrible thing. Keeping secrets is not a bad thing. Sometimes you've got to keep a secret. Like if somebody thinks that they did really, really well in like a sporting game, right? But you know for a fact the other team threw the game. But your friend here thinks that they put in a ton of effort and that inspires them to further put in the work and effort and they become genuinely talented. Don't destroy the foundation they built. Sure, the foundation was built off of a lie, but little white lies are fine. The problem is when you lie when it matters, right? But yeah, anyways. So people keep secrets, and this cult is obsessed with like destroying lies and promoting nothing but truth, which sounds good until you think about it for a moment. Again, it's that whole thing of like, oh, he's one of the most amazing healers ever. Oh, that sounds amazing, so he must be a good guy. He's the king's torturer. Oh. Yeah, basically Deus Vult. They're too fanatical in their beliefs, right? And it's because of the dragon. The dragon became obsessed with the ideals of truth, right? And it was because of how he was wronged. He was wronged through lies and manipulations. And so he fell into the idea of silver, and silver being the metal of truth and everything, and he became obsessive with it. And eventually, over his long life, it warped his mind. And he was no longer that like, hey, you know, we're going to find out murderers and things like that. You know, we're going to use the silver of truth for good. Now we're going to use the silver of truth to remove all lies, because lies are, every single lie is nothing but a falsehood that brings death and destruction. And it's like, okay, that's a bit extreme. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna do her generic battle cry. The spirits will it. You'll be a hero. Yes. Right. Sorry, chat. I'm just getting more chattings and everything like that. But I enjoy doing the chatterlings with you guys. Just chitty chatting, having a good time, and talking things through. Oh, they have a new tag, role-playing. Nice. I'll have that for now. Sorry, chat. I'm literally not doing anything. I'm just doing this. Just walking around, talking, basically, with y'all. Whee! Death's speech on truth and lies, aka why people need belief in the Hogfather here. Exactly. Exactly. Not all lies are bad. Again, Death, if you've never heard Death's speech, hold on, we have to do Death's speech. It's going to get the stream demonetized, but we have to do Death's speech. Hold up. Death's speech from Hogfather is too fucking good for this exact situation. This is something that, that the dragon would never abide by. Never.
You were...
Okay. Yeah, this speech, Terry Pratchett was a superhero, okay? His superpower was his capability and way with written words. The man was taken from us way too soon. He was a genuine treasure to humanity itself. And this is one of those moments that proves it. Right here.
You were sure I was going to survive, were you?
I was quite confident.
Good.
Oh, whoops.
Now, tell me...
What would have happened if you hadn't saved him?
Yes.
DLC crust.
The sun would not have risen.
Then what would have happened?
A mere ball of flaming gas would have illuminated the world.
All right, I'm not stupid. You're saying that humans need fantasies to make life bearable?
No. Humans need fantasy to be human. To be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape.
With tooth fairies, hogfathers.
Yes. As practice, you have to start out learning to believe the little lies.
So we can believe the big ones?
Yes. Justice, mercy, duty, that sort of thing.
They're not the same at all.
You think so? Then take the universe and grind it down to the finest powder and sieve it through the finest sieve, and then show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy. And yet, you try to act as if there is some ideal order in the world, as if there is some rightness in the universe by which it may be judged.
But people have got to believe that. What's the point?
You need to believe in things that aren't true. How else can they become?
What a fantastic fucking speech. Holy shit. What a fantastic fucking speech. Yeah. Intelligence does not make you more moral. I don't know anybody. Like, I don't know why anybody would ever think that, you know? In the slightest. Yeah, Terry Pratchett had an incredible way with words. And Death's speech about believing the little lies so you believe the big ones is fucking incredible. If anything, being smarter makes it easier to rationalize yourself into immorality. Fucking true. Absolutely. It's the whole thing where the dumbest characters tend to be the most sincere, right? The dumbest people are the most sincere because they don't have, like, they don't have the thought processes to do that. They don't have the thought processes to rationalize themselves out of anything. They are who they say they are. Because anything beyond that is too much work for them. Yeah, exactly. I see the big picture, therefore doing X, Y, Z are ultimately good things or are forgivable. Yep. The elves are fair, but no one ever said they're good. No, that's the whole thing with the Wolverine people, right? The Wolverine people are good. They are morally aligned towards good. That does not mean they are kind, they are nice, or they won't try to eat you. They are very much... Oh my god, hang on, this is way too loud. They are very much the embodiment of good does not mean nice. They are anti-heroes, through and through. I'm trying to rebalance the sound. There we go, that's better. Yeah, they are 100% anti-heroes through and through. All right, let's see how we do here, shall we? Out of range. Okay. Yeah, I'm just practicing here. Oh, no, you're alive! Come here! You're not leaving. Ow! I got shot in the shotgun. Shot in the back of the shotgun. Rude. Rude. Sir. Rude. Get bapped on. Yeah. That's the frustrating thing with that trench crusade. Neat concept, killed by politics. Demons from hell are invading. There's no such thing as good or evil. Oh no, there's definitely good or evil. It's the whole thing of, in mine, there's no inherently evil spiritual gift, right, that the Wolverine could take. You can make deals with demons and stuff. However, it's one of those things of like, they're gonna monkey's paw the shit out of you. That's what you're signing up for. That's what you're going for. But maybe the power, the capability they can grant you can absolutely be used for good. Are you clever enough to do that and clever enough not to fall into the monkey's paw? Because their entire thing is to corrupt you. Eventually, hell, what happens for Wolverine... So, we talked about it, and it's all shifters. All shifters can become what are known as smilers, right? Smilers are unlike in like Werewolf the Apocalypse, where you have the triate, the wild, the weaver, the worm. Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you. Alright. Unlike the triate, which is the wild, the weaver, the worm, there is no triate thing. Okay? People can, the various shifters, they just have temptations in towards the sins, right? And the problem that a lot of the Wolverine fall into is that they inherently, as part of their change, which the other shifters don't have, fall into a murderous rage when they shift. Their very first one. They fall into a complete murderous rage. It's a woman. This is a woman. Did you see them tatas? It's a woman. Whee! This is actually William Lowell's love interest in the books. Level 3s. Level 3. Level 3 lieutenant. Let's not do that. She's also going to buck the trend. She's not like Samantha Nature Name. Her mother was actually smart enough not to do that, because her mother is also one of the ones. I don't know if I want to call them Coraxans, though. I think we might just have to call them Corans. Because Coraxans is too on the nose. You know what I mean? But yeah. Anyways. Oh, here we go. Here's a group that we can fight. Oh, no, we can't. That's a big group. Okay, good. It's only some of them are coming at once. Nice. Level up. Yep. Yeah. No. Because then I would just change it to Vorin. V-O-R-I-N, and I'm not doing that. What are you doing? I'm out Vorin. No. Fucking degenerates. Fucking degenerate monsters. Exactly. It's not happening. Not happening. A new level. Train up next level. Alright. Ooh. AoE. Okay. And then the next time. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah. Anyways, so you have the smilers, who any of the shifters can fall to be smilers, because again, it's just temptation. However, not all the smilers are outright evil. The thing is that they're more accepting of the sin, of their particular sin, right? And that gets into the whole thing of like, well, all Wolvarin fall into the sin of rage. Like pure, absolute malice and hatred, right? And they're like, okay, well, why aren't there any smilers of rage? Right? Why aren't there any smilers of hatred and malice? Because Meraxis kills them. The problem that the Wolvarin have is that because of the concord with Meraxis, Meraxis's bane, the thing that like hurts him the most is rage. He has rage, not just divine wrath, which all divine beings have, but he has genuine, actual fucking rage. Like unthinking, uncaring, berserker rage. And this actually is what creates Zaramis. Again, Zaramis specifically made his name that to piss off Meraxes more. But yeah, Zaramis was created because of Meraxes' rage. Because of his intense fucking hatreds. I missed. I'm trying to bap him. I'm trying. It's not working. I keep missing. And they're healing somehow. Things are going pear-shaped. Things are going very pear-shaped. Things are going pear-shaped. Now, Zaramis eventually, he devours the, what's known as the Bloody Serpent. Okay? That's the name for the incarnation of genuine malice and hatred and rage. That is the demonic entity or the devil entity that embodies that concept. Zaramis totally destroys him and consumes him. Because Zaramis, unfortunately, has Meraxes' intelligence. So he has the Bloody Serpent's rage and malice and hatred, but with Meraxes' intelligence to back it up. So he utterly destroys the Bloody Serpent, devours him and subsumes him and takes his realm of the Hells. Meraxes then destroys Zaramis. And when I say destroy, is he removes the concept of what Zaramis is by reabsorbing Zaramis into himself. So now he has to, using his discipline and control, now especially knowing the demonic thing that is festering in him, that he has to keep, under wraps. It's using his discipline and control to keep there from ever being another entity of rage and hatred. So whenever a smiler is formed that is leaning towards rage, hatred, and malice, Meraxes is alerted and he destroys them. No matter what shifter species they are, it doesn't matter. He is informed that they are there, and he knows where they are at all times because he's directly tied to them. So he can just go there, squash the bug, and then keep going. But as a downside, because of that rage and hatred he has in him, when a Wolverine undergoes their first change, the first shift into being a Wolverine properly, they have a murderous, just will to kill and slaughter anything. They can't think of anything else but what's immediately right in front of them and satisfying this craving for blood and death. Just kill, kill, kill. Don't think about anything else. Just kill. And the longer a Wolverine resists their true nature, the more it builds up. Like a dam being backed up. There's no water being released at all. It just gets more and more and more. The pressure is building and building and building until it will have a catastrophic release. William Lowell has been resisting for over a decade. When he unleashes for his change, it is a staggering release of genuine murderous intent. Like an actual, to the point it makes Michael, like it cements in stone Michael's beliefs about everything. His entire blood rage, that entire murderous intent on him just completely Like, yep, nope, that signifies it. It's what helps keep him on the straight and narrow path when he sees what it's like. William does shit in his change that is... Oof. Yeah. Like, he doesn't just kill. He's taking joy in how he's killing them. Right? Meraxis already showed up at the start of William before William fully cracked. Meraxis descended and was waiting with the spirits and watching because of the signs and portents that were pointing to the fact that William was about to crack. And the only reason there were so many signs and portents is because William, with what he did during the war, he just had a moment during the war where everybody's morale was really low and everything. His squad and everything, they were feeling like pretty down. And he just felt something come over him in that moment. And so he decided to get up and sing for everyone. Again, it wasn't great. It was the first time he'd ever sung a song properly to everyone else. But he was singing it towards the moon and everything, which he decided to focus on as his audience. Because he felt if he focused on any one person, he would, he'd clam up. So he focused on singing this song for the moon. And it was a song about all of them and what they had accomplished together. And Luna, or as that's her universal term, but as the Wolvaran call her, Mani incredibly was super appreciative of that. And so she's kind of been keeping tabs on him every now and then. Which is where Brightbeak comes in. Because Brightbeak gets sent on this operation because a Smiler did anything remotely in the vicinity of William Lowell, and Mani got nervous. But she's also very capricious, right? Like, being in the favor of the moon does not suddenly mean good things are happening or coming your way. She's very capricious. When William Lowell gets to talk with Mani, she treats him the way like an old grandmother would treat like a wayward child, right? Grabs his ear, wrenches it, pulls him around. Like, let me explain to you, young man, all the stupid things you did. Like, no, Grammy, no! Ah! Ah, my ear! My ear, Grammy, please! Please! My ear! Sign me up! 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 Ah, bummer. It's awful. I knew when they said DFB 6 of 8, 7 of 8, and I was like, no! Sign me up, quick! Right. Yeah, so Meraxis descends, right? Meraxis descends, and he is watching William Lowell, and he can see the cracks forming all over. He's already not doing well. And the situation's spiraling out of control. And then one of the other NDA agents shoots Samantha in front of him. He draws his own firearm. He shoots the agent. There's now gunfire being exchanged between everyone. Samantha is laying on the ground bleeding. Because first they injected her with a needle. And William saw that and he starts freaking out like, what the fuck, what did you do to her? Why is she being lethargic? Why is she falling over? And then William draws his gun. That makes all the other agents freak out and they start drawing their weapons. William is like starting to lose it. He's not having a good time. The woman he actually loves, one of the only people he doesn't feel the burning hatred for. He is not having a good time right now. And then one of the agents tells them, shoot her first. Because the reason they injected her was because they know she's a shifter now. So one of the agents pulls the trigger on her first. And William loses all sense of scope and freaks out, and then the dam breaks. And like I said, when William is killing these people, it's not just an efficient, you know, one claw swipe through, like take their head off sort of thing like that, right? He is doing horrible things and reveling in the screams and suffering and bloodshed. And he is so reveling in it that he actually vomits up a new entity that is known as the Bloody Wolf. And the Bloody Wolf is literally like a reincarnation of the old bloody serpent, the old bloody snake. Meraxis already seeing that is just like, nope, this is where this ends. He comes down, breaches the wall between the divine realm and the mundane, immediately impales William and locks him down, and uses his tail to smite the Bloody Wolf before it can gain enough sentience to actually consume a corpse and then try to slip into the demonic world. He's like, no. Because again, the stuff that William is doing, so instead of just, like I said, instead of being like a single claw swipe and you just take a dude's head off, right? William is knocking people around, grabbing them, will take their hands, will like hold them up by a hand, and then take his other hand, and he will peel their hands in half. Split right down between the ring finger and the middle finger, grabbing on either side and just down it. Which, as you can imagine, fucking horrifyingly painful. And that's a whole thing of just like, no, he's gone way beyond just having a bloodlust, right? That is a level of malice and hatred on a totally different plane. So yeah. And again, that's one of the more tame ones he does. There's a dude he's going to fold in half. And forcibly, as the dude is dying, because obviously when you're dying, your body starts losing control of itself. He forcibly folds the guy in half and forces his head right up into his derriere, while the guy is writhing and dying. Just so he can experience it. Like, that's... We're talking a level of unfiltered, genuine malice. Anyways, I don't need to go into any more things because that should give you a disturbing enough image. Enjoy, chat. Enjoy. Suffer. Suffer. I saw them suffer, suffer, suffer. Oh shit. Oh, shotgun. Ew, shotgun. Yes, magical stuff exists. Mages exist in this setting as well for the Wolvarin, but they are incredibly rare. It's the same thing with why Wolvarin are also rare. So, when two Wolverine mate with each other, there is only a 30% chance that the offspring will be Wolverine. Now, the offspring will always be Blood of the Wolf, but they will not always be Wolverine. That chance gets worse if they do with humans or with normal wolves, right? And then the odds get worse and worse for elves, dwarves, and halflings, and from there on. And the wolves thing is a backup. That's part of what Meraxas did. He's like, okay, I can't have you guys being like, if you guys could make a Wolverine every single time, guaranteed, you would be the dominant species fucking easily. Like, hands down. Like, even the dragons who are ageless, they won't die from old age or anything. There's no, like, natural cause death for dragons. They have to be killed in order to die. Like, they don't die from old age or time or anything. But they also have a long gestation period, and a lot of things can go wrong until then. Again, they're considered a whelp until they're 100 years old. So yeah, there's all kinds of things that can go wrong with dragons. So the Wolverine don't have that same problem in the sense, but if you could always make a Wolverine guaranteed every single time, how is the normal human ever going to compete with that? Because remember, there is no, like, superpower, there's no preternatural stuff for humans. Unless you're a mage. But again, you have to be born a mage. You have to be born and have that gift. Yeah, also magical artifacts, the way magic works, again, you have to infuse the particular type of magic, and it will wear down over time. Unless you know a trick, which Cortisoth has made sure nobody else fucking knows, because of his, well, accidental, kind of on purpose, creation of the Sword of Severus, aka the serpent-devouring sword, the golden dragon sword. It has all different kinds of names. But the Sword of Severus slowly takes magical essence from the air itself. So it slowly keeps itself powered. It's why the Sword of Severus, no matter if nobody even touches it, will still be indestructible. And will still cut through anything besides the sword sheath that it's bonded to. That's the only thing that the Sword of Severus cannot cut through. Because it was genuinely bonded to it. It's considered like one of the same entity. Oh yeah, don't drop it. Now, you'll be lucky. If you do drop it, it won't, like, disappear into the ground or anything and, you know, be in the molten core or stuff like that. It won't do anything like that. But if you drop it, it'll obviously go straight down the blade and then smack into the guard, and it'll be like that. And it doesn't suffer any slowdown on the way down either. So, depending on how high you dropped it, you might bury the guard into the ground a bit and might have a little bit of a struggle session to pull it back out. Yes, you can't use contradictory magics. In the creation of artifacts, you cannot use contradictory magics. So, like, you can't have a wand of, like, icy flames or something like that. You know, none of that would happen, right? Well, that's the thing about the Sword of Severus as well. When you swing the sword, there is a strange, like, after image of it. And it's not because it's an after image of the sword itself, it's because it's destroying the atoms on the way. The Sword of Severus is a terrifying thing. Yeah, there's nothing like that. You can't use contradictory magics in the creation of artifacts. But you also can't you can't make an artifact that's more potent than you are capable of wielding in terms of magic, right? So you can't have like a basic hedge wizard who can barely throw a fireball without burning himself. You can't have him suddenly make the apocalyptic Hellswarm meteor staff, you know? That's not how that works. You have to have somebody who can cast the apocalyptic hell meteor swarm. They're the ones that could potentially make that as a magic item. Granted, it will knock them on their ass for a long fucking time afterwards. But you could do it. The question then would become, why would you do it? Because then they can't even wield it properly. You can't, like, if you are a magic user and you get a wand, but you can only barely cast, like, a little tinkle of water, you're not going to be able to cast this fucking spell, right? You're not going to be able to use this staff. Basically, what the thing has done is it has gotten rid of the requirements for you to know the exact spell, and now it's going to just tax the spell cost from you, right? But it's gotten rid of the requirements for knowledge of how the spell works. Yeah, but again, contradictory magics are how my magic system works, right? You have the 8 basic schools of magic. You have the 9th school, which is the most important, which is the school of dragon magic, because magic comes from dragons. And they're the ones that can use contradictory magics. They flow it through themselves and use it as dragon magics. They're the ones that can create contradictory magics. Then you have the divine magics and the demonic magics. Well, here's the other part. Divine and demonic beings have what are known as innate capabilities, right? So you have divine and demonic have innate capabilities that are magic-like. No. Dragons, yeah, you cannot make contradictory magic. Dragons themselves cannot make contradictory magic artifacts because the thing casting the spell is the artifact, not the person. It takes the tax away from the person, but they're not casting it. The artifact is the thing that is doing it, right? Like, the person wielding the Sword of Severus isn't casting the magic. The Sword of Severus is always using the magic itself. It is taking the tax, the toll. So a contradictory artifact would basically automatically destroy itself in horrific fashion of what the contradiction is. In terms of, like, if you do fire and water as a contradiction, you get a horrific steam explosion. Now, dragons, again, can use contradictory magics. So dragons can make horrifying things like swords of steam. Oh, shit, I wasn't paying attention. I forgot these guys can actually drain a shit ton of your health. I wasn't paying attention at all to my health. I was too busy talking. I was too busy chitty-chatting. My apologies. I was chittying and chattying, and that was no good. Yeah, dragons can make stuff like steam swords, right? Or steam arrows. And you got to think about this. Like, what would a steam sword actually do? Or steam arrow, right? Yeah, I know. That's what I get for not paying attention. I could try this fight, though. Hold on. You just got to be smart about it. Focus him first. Now he's dead. Oh, I missed. But essentially, steam weaponry isn't good against armor and things like that, right? But if it's unprotected flesh, if you actually manage to get hit by a steam weapon in an exposed body part, well, what is steam? It is a superheated liquid, right? Now in a gaseous state. What do you think is going to happen when something that is so superheated that liquid is now in a gaseous state enters into a body of flesh made up mostly of water? Uh-oh. A steam arrow entering... Meraxus himself experienced it once. He fired off a steam arrow into the head of a troll. The troll's head and half of its chest exploded immediately in a massive shower of gore and meaty bits, with what can only be described as a vapor bloodstream cascading around the entire area. And as the blood now turned to mist in the air, cooled, coated everything in a fine layer of irony crimson goodness. And that was the day Meraxus realized, oh fuck, okay, magic might be really fucking scary. Because again, everybody thinks of like old magic systems, right? Yeah. Somebody call it vaporware. Oh my god. It's horrible. Ugh. Oh god. That happens all the time, Anti-Boy Scout. That happens all the fucking time. There's literally one of the most potent capabilities that this one mage had, was he created for himself. The Wolverine are going to discover it, but this one mage, he created for himself a refrigerator that kept everything so perfectly frozen that no matter how long it was in there, the meats and things like that would never go bad. It was basically like cryogenic fucking storage. And it did it so quickly that ice crystals couldn't form to destroy the molecular bonds within. And then, to counteract that, he created a shit ton of appliances that would perfectly heat up any food substance to the exact desired temperature through the selection process. And I mean instantaneously. And now these things are like incredibly fucking powerful. Do you know how crazy this would be for like prisons or like imprisoning anything? A cryogenic storage that instantaneously freezes, doesn't create damage, you know, doesn't like do actual damage or anything, but just instantaneously just stop, like as if time itself suddenly cease for the person. And then you have another object that can perfectly heat things back up to an exact temperature instantaneously, so you could uncryogenically freeze somebody, or you could instantaneously vaporize anything you wanted. And this mage was just looking at this, looked upon his creation, and is like, yeah, this is my TV dinner, innit? It's my TV dinner. Fucking keep your little wolfy hands out of there. Stop it. Actually, no, because the NDA won't allow them to do that. Because there is a normalcy that they're trying to enforce. The NDA are a genuine force for good, okay? They work for the Republic, and they are specifically there to defend the people of the Republic. That doesn't mean that all the people in the NDA are good, but they are a force for good. Enforcing normalcy on things is not a bad idea. The last thing you want is for stuff like mages to become super fucking common and get into the superhero problem, right? How does an actual city like this ever function when you can have a supervillain that could literally dominate anybody's minds at will, and, you know, as long as they're not like cacklingly evil about it, how would you ever know? Or can walk straight through walls and rob every single bank or anything they want, and like, how would you ever have a society that could function at all? Me! Invite. Invite! Invitate me! Yes. Invitate me! I got invitated! We're winning, chat! We're winning! Okay, while they're doing that, hold on. While they're forming, come here. Talk to her. Show me your wares. Temporary powers, buffs, experience boosters. 100%, baby. For 1 hour. Now, I can't get in any influence, so I can't get any money, but double EXP. We are going to power level the shit through DFP. Seven. Officer Peter File. Why? Why is your name that? Why? Why is your name that? Bet he's friends with Mo Lester. No. Someone's on the wrong team. I think he's a villain. He's a villain. He's a villain in disguise. He's an anti-villain. Oh, yeah, and of course, obviously, all of the shifters can use magics, right? But they use spirit-based magics. Now, they're still bound by the laws of the, they're still bound by the laws of contradiction and everything, but yep, God, XP buff. They're bound by laws of contradiction, but that's what makes Wolverine even more terrifying at all times. as multidimensional researchers found out the hard way, just because a Wolverine, you may get the jump on them, if you don't kill them immediately, good luck. They have insane regenerative capabilities, and they can utilize spirit magics, like shamans can. So, good luck, because shit's gonna get bad real fast. They leveled up already. I like this because, look, I have AoE, which is really fucking nice. Just seeing him walk up with that big sword. Watch out! Get fucked! Alright, now I gotta remember, don't use AoE on the one boss. Oh, there's one over here. Now, you can fight back against Wolverine as a human. This is what I find more interesting. I don't like all the like imbued stuff like that in World of Darkness for humanity. I much prefer normal humans being able to fight back through their own intelligence and through careful planning, right? Ooh. Okay. Strangler. Way I go. Again, you can kill Wolverine if you're smart. You just have to fight them in a specific way. Again, a 50 cal to their head and takes the head clean off. Congratulations, you've killed the Wolverine. They're incredibly tanky and durable and regenerative, but if they got no noggin, well, they ain't getting back up from that. Can't move. I can't move. Oh shit. All right. Yeah. Oh yeah. I can't see her. Badge earned. Fantastic, because we didn't AoE. I moonwalked through the gate. Moonwalk. Nice. Strangler, strangler. Away I go. You. Yeah, I don't do much damage yet. We gotta wait and get some proper damage up in here. There you go, domination in. Okay. Nice. Next group. I missed. Yeah, so accuracy, we're definitely going to put on the accuracy buff for us. For sure. Nice. Whew. Nice quick run. Fall asleep? Nope. Call swarm. Away I go. Whee! It's funny. I feel like I'm so ooh. We're so weak right now, but again, I don't have any of my stuff with any stats or anything on it, you know? We're just, I don't have any defensive stuff on, I got nothing. We're just going in, fresh, baby-faced, not a lot of. There's done. Damage increase. Badge earned. Alright, we leveled up again, so let's go down here. Leave the team. We go to enhancements. Oh my god, all my enhancements. Yeah, here we go. All these. Increase the defense buffs. Healing. And I guess. Put in health. Accuracy. Reduce endurance cost. Yeah, do that. And then you especially. I need you to actually hit. Sweet. There you go. See what I mean? We're just slowly increasing our stats. And that'll be good. Yeah, that'll be good. Woo! Alright, Samantha. You're an interesting class thus far. Once I get you to actually have your bird summons and everything, that'll be great. Be great. Yeah, chat, I think that's where we'll call it for now. Having ourselves a good old time. Oh, hang on, let me go level up my character real quick. Not that you guys need to see that, I'm just gonna go run over and do it. Roots, Strangler, finish. Yeah, cool. But yeah. Again, tomorrow we'll talk more about the book and everything. We'll just have ourselves a good old bit of fun. A good old time. In the meantime, though, chat. Bye-bye for now. Yeah. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.